Good afternoon. The Senate Finance Committee is now in session. If everyone would get a seat, thank you. First bill this afternoon will be 722, Senator Wallstreicher. And sponsors will have as much time as they need to lay out the parameters of their bills. If they have panels, and for others who are testifying, there will be 2 minutes per person. All right, let me take a look. Let me call up Jonathan Walks. Is that Walks? Okay.
He's right here.
Okay, fine. And you may sit right there. That's fine.
Okay.
I want to be sure you're there. All right. And then after Mr. Watts has testified, we have two favorables. Well, we have a favorable with amendment. Darrell Hill. Why don't Darrell Hill come and sit at the other mic? You will follow Mr. Watts. Okay. All right. Now we're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. You have a long day ahead of you, and so I hope to be brief. This bill is intended as a technical fix, and I want to introduce it by analogy. When we do our financial reporting to our State Ethics Commission, we have to report if we own individual stocks because that may impact the perception of our conflict of interest here. So if I own GE stock, I have to disclose that. And same with publicly traded insurance companies and the like. But if I own a broad-based mutual fund, I do not need to disclose the underlying stocks. And the reason is because when you own a broad-based mutual fund, your stock ownership in any of the individual components of that fund is so de minimis as to be not material. That is the point behind, the intent behind SB 722. In our cannabis laws, a license holder is not allowed to have any ownership whatsoever in any other license holder. The problem comes when, because some of these medical cannabis companies are publicly traded on Canadian and other stock exchanges and through American depository receipts on American exchanges. And so many of our license holders are unknowingly in current breach of the law because they own broad-based mutual funds or ETFs and don't know that they own underlying shares, de minimis underlying shares in other license holders. So as intended, this bill would allow the de minimis ownership of, for license holders of other license holders in broad-based funds like mutual funds and ETFs. To the extent that the bill is drafted in a way that doesn't reflect that intent or may have unintended consequences or is broader than I've described to you, that is certainly my responsibility and no one else's. And I'd like to work with the committee to better make sure that the drafting of the bill does not raise unintended consequences, some of which you may hear from later. So that's all the bill does, and I hope this committee, after the advocates try to work everything out here, can come to a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let me just ask this. What, since I haven't read the bill yet, what redress do you have in the legislation for those who might have the de minimis proportion? They don't even know they have it. It's so small.
Yeah, so the bill would essentially just legalize a de minimis amount of ownership.
Okay.
So let me give you another analogy. For our procurement laws, a company is required to disclose whether they have more than a 10% interest in another company that's applying for a state contract. We go even lower here and define a de minimis amount of ownership as less than 5%. But there are other ways to express de minimis ownership. So if the committee is open to other concepts of expression of de minimis ownership, then we can go in that direction as well.
Okay. All right. Are there other questions? Senator Battle.
Thank you. Senator Wallstreicher, thank you for the bill. You know, in my mutual funds, they're constantly trading things around. I mean, about once a month I get a, buy and sell. It could even get above 5%, and I probably wouldn't even know. I mean, are we talking about when you originally purchase it, or for the whole time that you own the mutual fund?
So to to go above 5% of an ownership of a company would be a lot.
Okay, so not 5% of your mutual fund, 5% of ownership of the company.
Of the company, yes, ma'am.
Thank you
yeah,
for
okay.
clarifying
Yeah.
that. I appreciate it.
Okay, all right, and it's hardly likely that we have many Marylanders that could afford to own 5% of one of these companies. All right, if no other questions, then, okay, we thank you for your testimony, and we'll go to,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
first to Mr. Jonathan Marks, and then to Darrell Hill.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you for allowing me to share my views on this highly important issue. My name is Jonathan Wax. I am the founder and head of the cannabis law group of my firm, Offutt Kerman. Since 2015, Offutt Kerman has represented dozens of applicants, licensees, and ancillary businesses in their efforts to participate in Maryland's medical cannabis program. We represent both multi-state operators and also independent owners in their capacity as industry licensees, tenants, borrowers, and employees. The views that I express here today are my personal views and not intended to represent the views of my law firm or of any specific client. As a matter of background, the current rules of Maryland's medical cannabis program preclude any individual or entity from owning any interest in more than one grower licensee, more than one processor licensee, or more than 4 dispensary licensees. This rule is commonly known as the single interest rule. Under the single interest rule, a person who owns one share of stock in a public company that directly or indirectly holds a Maryland grower licensee cannot also own even one share of stock in a second company that directly or indirectly owns a second grower licensee. This single interest rule as currently written is overbroad with unintended consequences that adversely affects both competition and licensees' ability to access capital at commercially reasonable rates. The single interest rule as currently written restricts an investor's ability either to own or to control more than the applicable number of licenses. If Maryland's policy goal is to prevent larger market participants from exercising undue control over the program, our current laws already do this. There is no need to place undue draconian restrictions on an investor's ability to make non-controlling, de minimis, small investments that support our larger cannabis program. We have seen some statements that this bill would somehow allow MSOs, or multi-state operators, to take over independent license holders. It is clear to me from these statements that people are conflating ownership with control. Owning a small, non-controlling interest in a company does not mean that that person would possess any ability to influence the company's management or operations. This bill does not seek to change the single interest rule as it relates to control, only to create a de minimis carve-out as it relates to ownership. The focus of this bill will allow capital at competitive rates for the industry by not excluding entire groups of people who happen to have invested, either directly or indirectly, a small amount in an operator or a publicly traded company because they would be currently barred by the single interest rule as it stands today. There are currently many thousands and potentially millions of individuals and entities who hold small passive investments in Maryland's cannabis program through investments in cannabis industry exchange-traded funds, or ETFs. ETFs are bundled investments that enable investors who are enthusiastic about the entire industry to invest in multiple companies through a single investment. A person who purchases one share of a cannabis-related ETF is often making passive, small, and indirect investments in several different multi-state operators, or MSOs. An ETF may own interest in Trulieve, Green Thumb Industries, Curaleaf, Verano, and/or other MSOs, each of which may hold a vertically integrated set of cannabis licenses in Maryland. The ETF managers decide whether and when to invest in stocks that are part of that fund. Ownership interest in public companies in the industry are changing every second of every day for which stocks are traded. The Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission currently only investigates whether the single interest rule is violated in cases of license applications and license transfers.
You'll need to wrap up. I know we didn't give you much time, but we don't have a lot. The agenda is so
Fair enough.
strong. Okay.
Thank you. This bill would harmonize the single interest rule as it's currently written with the rules in place for other states such as Massachusetts and New Jersey. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Augustine.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I understood what you said. I did not understand how this would somehow negatively impact the owners of licenses. I will also say that we do have unfavorable testimony with great concern, just given the history of licenses and how things have been moved around. So I'm just going to express that. Can you tell me
Sure.
why that?
So as a practical matter, new market entrants, new awardees that have not yet become licensed have to go out into the marketplace and find ways to find startup capital for their businesses. If they're not allowed to look to any potential investors who have already expressed an interest in the industry by investing in another company, if all those potential investors are precluded, what is happening to a lot of new market entrants is they're being forced to start up their capital through predatory lenders at 10, 15, 18, 20% a year, and it puts them at an operational disadvantage. So I think that this bill would allow new market entrants as well as existing operators to get a larger pool of prospective investors.
Okay, Senator Kramer.
Madam Chair, and just on a slightly different note on your last comment, I will have a bill before this committee in the next couple of weeks on the issue of those predatory lenders taking advantage of small business owner operators and trying to fix that. So I would welcome your coming in at that point in time and testifying on the concerns on that very issue. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, now, thank you. Now, back to this issue. Let me just ask, the average person who would invest in a mutual fund that might be made up of tens of thousands of sources out on the market won't know what he's totally invested in, and it could change from minute to minute in any given day as the market goes up and down and there are shifts, so that to have the parameters in this bill, if it's less than 5%, okay.
It's not 5% of one's portfolio or 5% of one's investment in that fund. It's 5% of the overall value of that publicly traded company. It would be very difficult to accidentally acquire 5% of a publicly traded company.
Sure. Okay. If no other questions, then I think that's very helpful. Yes, Senator Augustine.
Understand. I'm trying to understand. So that I understand. So you're saying that the publicly traded company would be investing in the local grower, and is that what I'm trying to figure out how they're getting money?
No,
The local grower has in his portfolio some publicly traded companies that are in this category where maybe.
Yeah, I understand that, Madam Chair, but I'm trying to understand what impact that would have on their ability to actually have capital for their business, which is the argument that he was making.
the single interest rule, as I understand it, prohibits one from owning one share of stock in a publicly traded parent company that owns a grower license if they also own one share of stock in a different publicly traded parent company of another cultivation licensee. So even though that there's no ability to control the management decisions or operations of either company, currently the single interest rule prevents that.
You'd need to be at a computer all day long doing nothing else, and you still wouldn't know because there's so many movements with so many people at any one point in time. So I think. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go next to Jonathan Wachs. Oh, that was the person who testified, okay. Then to Darrell Hill.
Madam Chairman, thank you.
You have 2 minutes also.
I have 2 minutes. My concern as a minority cannabis license holder is the overwhelming impact that these MSOs can have on small minority businesses such as ourselves. On its face, this particular bill doesn't have any, it's pretty straightforward, and it basically says if you have a small percentage in a major in a public corporation, that need not conflict. I have no direct opposition to that, but what I would suggest, I think this whole idea of investment in the minority businesses and the effect that the MSOs may have on this industry in Maryland needs more work. It's being studied now. There's going to be an additional set of bills, all in anticipation of adult use coming on in the future. And I may suggest to the senator in the proposal of the bill, and we've talked about this, taking a little more time and digging a little deeper. This action does not need to happen today. Okay? And I think we should spend more time looking into it in a more in-depth way. I'm not opposed to the bill per se. I just think we got time, and it's not that urgent.
Well, it may not be urgent to those of us that are looking at it as an academic exercise, but if I were an investor and I wanted to go into a mutual fund, for me to have to worry about if in a mutual fund with hundreds of thousands and maybe even billions of people with various amounts of ownership, mine would be so minuscule that under this bill, they wouldn't have to stay out of the market just because they don't know.
No, agreed, understood, and as I said, I understand the purpose of the bill, and certainly, to the point that it may interfere with investment capital coming into the market at the right rate and at the right time.
Okay.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
I just think it needs a little more attention, a
Well,
little
now,
more,
you
little
signed
more
up
work.
favorable with an amendment. Do you have an amendment?
I do not have an amendment, no.
Okay. Oh, so all right. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going now to John Peaker, who is unfavorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. John Pica, on behalf of Alternative Medicine Maryland and the Maryland Independent Cannabis Licensing Association. I'm opposed to the bill. I'm trying to figure out exactly why I'm opposed to it, because now I'm a little bit confused. This legislature wrote these words for a reason, that a person may not have an ownership interest in or control, including the power to manage and operate more than one grower. So there's a reason for that, to keep national companies from buying multiple licenses and allowing residents of Maryland to have a chance to own those licenses. So based on Senator Waldstreicher's testimony, I'm not sure that that's his intention. So I'd like to work with the committee to see to make certain that larger companies don't come in and operate more than one grower. The gentleman who testified in favor of the bill stated that some of these growers need to get capital, and the current law may block access to that capital. You're supposed to show adequate capital in your application. So if you're looking for money, you shouldn't be looking for money after you get your license. You should have that money available.
It doesn't sound like this bill is dealing with the problem that you're describing, because this isn't a person going out looking for capital. It's a person who has investments in the market,
Yeah,
and things like mutual funds, where their particular part, even if it sounds like a lot to us, is minuscule in terms of what some international or national company has out there available for people to invest in.
I'm not the one who said anything about capital. The gentleman who testified in favor of the bill did. But it looks to me like this mutual fund would have an interest in a grower operation. So it could be a it could be a marijuana or cannabis mutual fund, or a fund that invests in other grow operations. I think we just need to look closely at the language.
But mutual funds usually are made up of a wide variety of sources in terms of, what they
understand.
offer you as a bond. That's why people go into them. So they're not overly prescribed in something. If the market goes up or down, or there's a big jump or a loss, that they go down or up with it.
I understand.
Yeah.
I think this bill does a little more than just allow any mutual fund. First of all, people don't borrow money from mutual funds. They may be able to use it as collateral if they own
Well,
it.
you're right. That's why I kept wondering why, given what your concern is, I think your concern is well placed, but it doesn't seem to be applicable to this bill.
And that's why, Madam Chair, I'd like to take a close look at it and maybe work
Okay.
with staff
All right.
and the senator. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Kramer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to qualify, because I think maybe we got a little bit off Main Street here. The bill specifies that we're referring to ownership of publicly traded securities, not small private entities, et cetera. So I just wanted to point that out and maybe get us back on Main Street, because I think we may have gone it down a little bit of an alley. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, then that ends the testimony on this bill. Thank you. Okay, we're next going to Senate Bill 628, Senator Patterson. And you have a panel, John Pica, Ashley Collin, and Ted Bybart. Medical cannabis grower license number and license processors. Mr. Sponsor, you have all the time you need. I tell you what, you got a panel of four. You might want to just stand at the mic and let them all get seated. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, okay. All right, and then the other speakers will have 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. I do appreciate the opportunity to come before you this afternoon to talk a bit about Senate Bill 628. Senate Bill 628 is designed for the purpose of expanding opportunities for minorities to enter this great enterprise of cannabis that we've been talking about for the last 2 or 3 years. This thing kills me. And of course, I had an opportunity to serve on the President's Inclusion, Equity, and Wealth Building Task Force over the last 18 months. And we had an opportunity to look at what could we do in this great state of Maryland that ranks #1 in wealth, that would ensure that all get to live the good old American dream by participating in equity for all people, leaving no one behind. And so I am here today to continue that championship, if you will, making sure that we bring in people of all colors, other characteristics, but our task force was charged specifically taking a look at black and brown Marylanders in the state of Maryland. I could go through some statistics here, but I'm sure this probably been before you in the past. So in the interest of time and my need to get back to my committee and start voting, I'm going to just turn this panel over to some experts who will be here to respond to any questions that you might have and any questions that I need to follow up on after they leave here. And perhaps we have an opportunity to convene later on in the week. But I want to make it clear that we are not here to try to destroy this process at all. All we're saying is high time that we take a very close look at how do we not leave others out of this process. This is a major undertaking. Only once in a lifetime will we get a chance to make a difference. And therefore, I strongly recommend, Madam Chair and colleagues, that we look at this big project that's coming to Maryland. It's going to bring a lot of resources, and we believe that it can do a lot to help build equity and inclusion in the state of Maryland. And so with this expert panel, I'm going to, I guess, picker, are you gonna be?
I'd like to-
Well,
Oh,
let me
Lee,
just ask
okay.
you one question before you
Sure.
go back to your committee.
Okay.
I think we understand your goal. You've explained it really clearly. In what way would you say, if you just had to use a few words, that this bill helps you to move toward that goal?
Well, because first of all, we can get everybody on the same page, talking about it, thinking about it, understanding that those have been left out, we're here saying, let us be a part of this process of helping Maryland to grow.
Okay, but if the General Assembly passes this bill, which I know you want them to do,
Oh, there will
then
one
what
part,
difference will that make
what,
in terms of the opportunity for the
well,
black and brown
once,
people you're
once the
talking
bill
about?
is passed and hopefully get in the process of being implemented, then I think it is open season to ensure that those who can develop wealth would be a part of that process. So certainly we would have to look at oversight, responsibility, accountability. Those are built into most of the bills that we do here in the General Assembly, and this will be the same thing for this bill as well.
Okay, well, before you go, I just don't want us to overlook something significant in your bill that you think helps this process along. Is there something about the way you've had this bill
Yeah,
drafted that
okay.
you think we really ought to value?
Well, the number one thing right now, in terms of licensing, I don't think we have but one minority that's eligible to participate in the process. So we would like to bring about more participation on the part of African American, black and brown people, and others in the state of Maryland. So, I can't be
And this
too.
bill moves us toward that goal in what way?
Well, this bill opened up the process. We don't think this bill right here going to do all of what we probably want to do, but we believe it's the beginning of a process to move us closer to the goalpost, to open up minds, to reach out to folks who are willing to come to the table and talk about and structure other components that might be beneficial to the people of the state of Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go next to John Pico.
Madam Chair, is it, with your permission, can these three witnesses testify first? Is that okay?
You say what?
Is it okay if these three witnesses testify before me?
It's fine with me.
Okay.
You want Ashley Collins to testify for, okay, your
Ted
name
Bebar.
is,
Ted B. Barton.
okay, all right. And you can testify from the table, those mics are movable,
Okay.
it doesn't matter, okay.
I'm actually here on behalf, Madam Chair, thank you very much for the committee's time, on behalf of my wife, Nkechi Iwomi, who was one of the minority owners of the recently licensed processors. And this is really about, to answer your question, what it means to be a standalone processor. A standalone processor is essentially a medical cannabis processor who does not have their own cultivation facility. And what happens in this state, despite the fact that there are unlimited canopy in this state and the ability to produce a tremendous amount of cannabis, the issue is that that cannabis has a very difficult time ending up in the hands of a standalone processor. So what we've done here in Maryland, and again, my wife wishes that she could be here, but we just had two beautiful baby twin girls born in Salisbury, Maryland.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We moved from Ohio to Maryland. We gave up wonderful careers that we had to invest our entire life savings in this facility. We're very excited to be creating 15 jobs in Maryland just with this processing facility. But if we had even a 25,000 square foot cultivation facility, that would lead to 60 jobs to be created in a county like Somerset County that is incredibly economically disadvantaged. One of the biggest challenges that we're facing, it's already been mentioned here, we don't have a large MSO behind us. We took our entire life savings and invested it in this building. And I'm very proud to say that we went through our first pre-inspection with our regional inspectors. And, subject to the wonderful Medical Cannabis Commission, we hope to be open very soon. But we are looking at the prospects of opening our facility that we've invested our entire life savings, left our entire career, have no other income to generate, and not have any input material for us to make the medicine that we've been tasked with producing for the citizens here. And what that's done, Madam Chair, may I have the opportunity to finish?
Yeah.
What that does is put the minority licenses that were just issued at a terrible disadvantage. If we don't have access to biomass to produce the medicine, we're going to be in a situation where these minority licenses, including my lovely wife who has worked her entire life for this opportunity to save all her money to put into this business, to not only have potentially the failure that would be associated with not being able to produce adequate revenue to support the investment that was made, but also the excitement that's been generated in a community like Princess Anne, Maryland, who is desperate for jobs, and to see that these people that we've invested in to hire quickly out of work. So again, we are so blessed to be in the state of Maryland. We came from Ohio. The last thing that I want to say is this committee and this legislative body is not the Lone Ranger in regard to this subject. The Ohio Senate just passed Senate Bill 261, it's now over in the House, that would do the exact same thing, which is to award standalone processors who do not have their own cultivation facility a small cultivation license. It is no threat to the existing growers, and all it does is ensure the viability of these businesses for minority owners who then have the potential to produce medicine that you don't have to smoke. That's
Okay.
the whole key.
All right, thanks so
Thank you,
much
ma'am.
for
Thank
your
you very much for your
testimony. Okay. Which of you wants to go next?
I'll go
Just
next.
call out
Good
your name.
afternoon, Madam Chair. Ted really just wrapped that all up. He kind of stole everything I
Your
was going to
name
say.
is?
Ted said everything I was going to say, pretty much. He really wrapped it up. I just want to speak to your question as
And
well.
your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Ashley Colin.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I wanted to answer your question as well and explain sort of the issues why the businesses being vertically integrated is important. The majority of the growers and processors that are licensed right now are vertically integrated, and that is creating an inequivalent playing field for the independent licenses, especially the independent processors that have just been licensed in 2019. Selling themselves the product and making money twice is what the current grower and the current vertically integrated companies are doing. They're making money twice, and the independent processors can't get the quality, they can't get the quantity, they aren't able to compete on price because the vertically integrated companies can undercut them, and they're not making as much profit, even if they can compete price-wise. The independent licenses are not able to make as much of a profit margin. So again, the minority licenses that were awarded in 2019, they were disadvantaged licenses. They're being further disadvantaged now because they just cannot compete. They're not able to compete. So HB2 gifted the independent processors grows and the independent grows processors in 2018. The companies were gifted these licenses. And so this bill is going to correct, that's sort of the answer to your question. This bill kind of unrings that bell that HB2 rang by gifting the other licenses to the licenses.
So vertical integration is bad, and that's all we have right now. And
Could you repeat that?
did you just tell us vertical integration, which is what we have right now, is the problem?
So, no. Vertical integration is good, but the problem is that not everyone is vertically integrated. The majority of the people that are growing and processing right now are vertically integrated. So there's only a very few that are independent. And so it's that inequality that's creating the problem because it's all or nothing. It's anti-competition if most of the people can just supply themselves. Why would a vertically integrated company sell the best product to their competition? That makes no sense. They are going to keep it for themselves. And so that's where the problem arises. And the new licenses that were awarded in 2019 are all minority licenses. They've already been vetted by the state, by the commission. That's been paid for. They are bona fide minority licenses. So if we pass this bill, we are correcting what happened in HB2 because we're giving these minority disadvantaged companies the opportunity to become vertical and compete on a level playing field. So it's really about equality. This bill is about equality.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And
Madam Chair, my name is Paige Colin. They've taken a lot of my points as well. But what I do want to touch on is there was a study performed by Mathematica that I imagine many of the growers that are currently vertically integrated are going to speak to. That study says that there's no problem. There's plenty of supply, and the growers are making this much and the dispensaries are selling this much. The problem with the study is that it does not contemplate the existence of processing licenses. It is not talked about at all. There's one reference to, there's a discrepancy between the amount that is grown and the amount that is sold, so somewhere in there it must be going to processors. That is an entire licensing tier. These are 8 independent companies right now that would be eligible for what we're speaking about to go into a vertical integration. That is not a lot of people, but it is everything to those people. They are going to fail if they are not given the opportunity to have supply at a fair cost that they can compete in the market.
Okay, thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess anybody could answer this question. So remind me why you can't be vertically integrated is because you don't have a processor license, correct? So
A grow.
a grow license,
Yeah,
right?
I can just speak for
Yeah.
our case. Again, Nkechi Uwomi is African-American female who put in an application for both processing and cultivation.
But she only got,
We were blessed to finish in the top 8 in processing and then top 9 in cultivation, okay? We were right there. The difference is, then they went through a very expansive study to vet. They essentially found that 3 of the top 6 cultivators had not qualified, and they had them removed. And so, again, we were in a position where our entire business model was predicated on being vertically integrated. And we're gonna,
so what happened? Why didn't you get it?
so, well, because
They only
they only
gave
gave
out
out
3.
4
Oh,
licenses.
they gave out 4, okay,
They
that's
didn't
right,
give
okay,
out
that's
3.
what I'm not, wasn't clear on. And so, but the big guys, so John, the bigger guys that are vertically integrated, it's because they won the process. Well, how does that work?
That's not, yeah,
Well,
that's.
well,
I've
wait a
heard all
minute, let
this-
me take control. We haven't gotten to hear his testimony yet.
Oh, yeah, I'm
We
sorry,
let
you're
him
right, we have.
testify. And Senator Bottle has the question. Was that your last question for now?
I'd like to be reminded, because I know I've been through this before, because some of these bills used to come through the other committee I was on, but I'm trying to remember why some can and some can't, or whatever, so.
Well, let's listen to everybody and then we'll
Yeah, in
see
the
if you
interest
still have a
of
question.
speed, yeah, that's fine, thank
You
you.
want to, okay, why don't we hear from John Pickup?
I'd like to take my 2 minutes and answer your question, Madam Chair. This bill
Pull the mic in front of you.
This bill would, I'm not talking about the 20 licenses, I'm talking about the processor licenses getting grow licenses. In 2018, the legislature gifted a processor license and 2 grower licenses, or a grower and 2 processor licenses, to individuals because they wanted vertical integration. That's what this does. But more importantly, in 2015, this legislature said that in awarding licenses, the commission has to actively seek to achieve racial and minority licensing when licensing applicants. They didn't do that. My client actually sued the commission, and they admitted under oath they did not follow the law. This, one half of this bill affects 8 processors. If these processors are given small licenses, only 25,000 square feet, which pales in comparison, then, currently only 1 of 18 growers is owned by an African-American. 2 more African-American companies are coming on. That gives you 3 out of 21, which is 14%. If you pass this bill, giving these processors small grow licenses, the minority, African-Americans, will now own 34% of grow licenses, which is commensurate with the African-American population in Maryland. And that's what this bill does. It would give these licenses just to minority processors. That's in the bill on page 3. They have to be minority or women-owned. And on page 3, in lines 19 through 21, the commission has to actively seek to achieve racial, ethnic, and gender diversity. So if you look at this document I sent you, this is from the Medical Cannabis Commission. This bill affects these 8 companies, which are minority companies, 7 of which are African-American. And that's all the bill does. It does the same thing that the legislature did in 2018. It allows these individuals the opportunity to grow for themselves, for their own processors.
Okay, Senator Bottle.
Thank you, Mr. Pica. So my question is, how many processor licenses are there in Maryland, and how many grower licenses are there in Maryland?
There are 19 processors currently operating,
Uh-huh,
with an additional 8 that are seeking final approval.
okay.
There are 18 growers right now, currently, and this is off the medical cannabis website, which I've
Okay.
given to every member. Out of 18 growers, 3 more are coming on board. 2 of those 3 are African-American, which would bring now the number of African-American-owned growers 3 out of 21, which is 14%. This bill would grow that number to 34%. At small facilities, really, we're not going to compete with the individuals that have 75,000.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
So this bill adds how many growers? 8 growers?
it adds 8 small licenses, yes.
Okay.
8, all of whom are minority-owned. 7 African-American, which is on this document right here from the commission, and 1 non-African-American, but minority-owned.
So the problem we have are these folks that got the processor license don't have product to process. Exactly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, maybe you can help me. I've heard several times about how somebody has finished an application process, ranked at a certain level, and then all of a sudden there's some reshuffling or something that goes on, and then all of a sudden they're not at the same
Well, that
level and
happens-
don't end up getting licensed. What's going on
Yes,
with
Senator.
that?
So in the name of geographical diversity, 15 applicants were supposed to get grow licenses in 2016. The then executive director of the commission tossed out 2 of the 15.
Right.
Numbers 16 and number 21 got licenses instead of them. They sued the commission.
Right.
And then in 2018, the legislature gave them 2 licenses.
Right.
In this case, in the most recent round, there were 4 awarded to, were supposed to go to minority companies.
Right.
Anheuser-Busch was one of them, and Acreage was the other. They were both, for lack of a better term, tossed out.
Right.
And now you're going to have 2 more African-American companies coming on board. So that reshuffling was one because they really weren't minority companies in 2018, and the other one, in the name of geographical diversity, they threw out 2 of the top 15 because those 2 were in the same counties as.
Is that what's happening also as a result of HB2 with the processors?
HB2, there was a grower that didn't have a processor license,
Right.
and that individual wanted a processor. The legislature said, if you applied for and got a grow license, and you were in the top 30 in your application for processing, we're going to give you a license.
Right.
Didn't have to do anything other than it was given to them. The same thing happened to, is either 2 processors and 1 grower, or 2 growers and 1 processor. Now, so in addition to that, importantly, in this bill, the processors that are going to get licenses, if you pass this bill, still have to show adequate capital, a security plan, standard operating procedure, a business plan, and pay $10,000. Those individuals in 2018 did not have to do that. All they had to do was get final approval from the commission. They didn't have to go through. This sets up an application process. You have to prove you're a minority, show capital, a standard operating procedure, business plan, and an application fee.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate that. It just seems that we're hearing so many different things about how the application process might not be working. And I'm very concerned about, people that are going through all of that work and then being told one thing and then hearing something different final, and what their appeals process is and how this is all being handled. But it seems like the commission's making a number of mistakes right now, and I just
Okay.
think maybe we need to resolve some of that as well, too.
Let me say, I'm becoming concerned because we got so many bills to do tonight and then voting. So Senator Reedy and then Senator Augustine, and then we're going to move on.
Just really, very quickly to be sure I understand. So, John, you said that they were gifted them, except they did have to finish in the top 30, correct?
Out of
2018.
15, yeah, they did have to.
Yeah, so they had to have those plans, they just didn't, to finish in the top 30, I assume you'd have to have all those plans, correct?
You could have finished 50th and still had the ability. There were 140 some applicants. The problem was you only had a licensing fee of $2,000, so everybody was applying, and it was a very
Chaotic.
confusing and chaotic process.
Well, make no mistake, I'm not saying that challenges the validity of what you all are saying. I'm just trying to be sure I understand. The people in 2018 that were given grower licenses because they got a process license, they finished in the top 30 for the grower license?
That was written, but the only issue with that is that it was proven in a bunch of court cases, and it's been widely admitted to, that whole process was flawed, and the fee that they paid to Resi, to Towson, to do the scoring only accounted for a certain number of applications to be reviewed, and it was underwhelmingly less than how many applications were given, so most of the applications weren't even scored, and I think that was.
All of the panelists are trying to be helpful, but you know what?
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
Let me say this. What we are probably going to need to do, you've had a chance to call on Senator Augustine, then we've got to go on to other bills. And you've got John's card. We know how to find him, and the other people, we'll make sure you have the information if you need more information. Okay, Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should be really quick. The language in the bill, it says to go from 22 to 42 light grower licenses, which is 20 and not 8. So you have to help get me there.
There are two components to the bill. One is 20 additional licenses at 10,000 square feet. I'm really not concerned about that, quite frankly, Senator. I focused on the second part of the bill, which begins on the bottom of page 2. So I represent the processors and not individuals who are looking for grow licenses. So, quite frankly, to answer your question, I'd rather just see this part of the bill.
And not.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
sir.
That's what I was interested in.
Okay. All right. We want to thank everybody for your testimony. Yeah, I know. I'm getting ready to call on them.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Where did I leave off? Paige Collin. No, all right, she did. All right. Anthony Williams, Martin Mitchell. All right, you have 2 minutes. You may start.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Dolores Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Councilmember Martin Mitchell. I come in support of Senate Bill 628, which is an important step to achieving equity in the market. This bill would greatly expand the opportunity for small businesses in our state to gain a foothold in the monopolized cannabis economy. Diversity should include economic diversity, and Senator Patterson's bill will significantly ease the access for MBE partners to enter this market. I urge a favorable support of Senate Bill 0628. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stanley, are you on the right bill? You don't seem to be signed up on this one.
Well, he called Anthony Williams. Yeah, he called our name. Yes, we are signed up for 692.
That's not this bill.
Okay, that's not this one. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. All right, we just heard from Paige Collin. So Anthony Williams?
Well, Anthony was signed up for the another bill.
Anthony is one of our partners, Senator.
Okay, all right. All right, maybe that was by mistake. All right, Martin Mitchell. Okay, and Joe Bryce, unfavorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Joe Bryce with Manus Canning and Associates. I represent a group of existing medical processor and grower licensees. Let me try to be as clear as I can be. There is no vertically integrated license in Maryland. You don't apply for one, you can't receive one. The General Assembly has set it up such that there are separate processes to apply for a grow, a process, and a dispensary license. I appreciate that people would like to have vertically integrated businesses. Many do, some don't. But to have what you term a business plan of having a grower and processor license, it's a business hope. I hope to be able to secure both of those licenses or all three of those licenses. What happened here, and I will be here supporting licenses later, so I don't want anybody to think that we don't want additional licenses. What happened is, as Mr. Pica said, is in 2018, to correct some of the inequities from 2016, the General Assembly passed a bill, and they added 13 processor licenses and 5 grower licenses. 100 people applied for grows, 100 people applied for processors. The commission awarded the amount that they were able to award, and there are obviously more processor applications and spots than grower spots. So people who got processing licenses didn't get grower licenses. The same way that you've had bills in front of you where dispensaries come in and say, we now need a grow and process license in order to be an independent dispensary. So this is really just tugging at the thread of how things are set up now. And let me point out that Mr. Pica and his panelists are correct that there are small and minority businesses who would gain grower licenses by this. But there are also small minority-owned grower-only operations who just got licenses, who now would be without a processor license, so they don't have any independent processors to sell to. And there are current processors who don't have a grow license. So I think as we look forward potentially to adult use, maybe we want to reevaluate some of those things, but to drop it into a medical market at this stage, I think we would just be opposed to.
All right.
Real
All right,
quick.
very quick.
Joe, how many folks do have the different tiers? How many folks do have that? I understand what you're saying.
So I believe that I believe the numbers I have are that of the 21 pre-licensed, 5 growers do not have processors, and of the 20-some processor licenses, 10 do not have grow licenses.
So that's like 17 have both?
Right, I would guess around
17,
that.
so it's a pretty high number.
I can do that math.
Yeah, I was
for
trying to
you.
do it myself.
And
Okay.
it didn't always start like that, Senator. There has been acquisitions and all that kind of stuff
Okay.
since.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I will work with the commission to put that together for you.
Let me say this, colleagues, we have several bills on this issue, and some of your questions could get answered if we could move and hear the other people who want to speak affirmatively with regard to their position. Senator Jenner.
Just real quick, and I can't remember if we didn't allow it. Can a grower have a processor and a dispensary?
So you apply separately for all 3. You could have gotten, or you could just
sorry,
apply
I'm-
for
all
one.
right.
So there were growers who just applied for a grower license. And, you know, any kind of combination that you can imagine
Full
is what
integration.
people applied for. And remember, in this particular instance, there may be people who applied for these new grower licenses who ranked higher than some processors who applied for a grow license. And under this bill, they would jump in front of them and get grow licenses, even though they might have been ranked below someone in original
Okay.
scoring.
I think you answered what he did ask, and you went further. Okay, thanks a lot, Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, that's the end of the testimony today. We might end up with some work groups or something. We are going to 788, Senator Feldman, cannabis regulation revisions. And let's see. There is a panel, Dr. Ramey Eck, and William Tilburg.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't know, we got, yes, come on up here. So Senate Bill 788 is one that you may have received fair amount of emails about, and in fact, if you look at your testimony and even the witnesses signed up, there are some unfavorables, but I'm here to tell you most of that will be moot as a result of an amendment I'm offering, and in fact, because of the amendment, this room may well have been packed on this issue, but it won't be. It's a gift to the committee that I'm giving you here today. We do have a few witnesses, but that said, just a little background, and then I'll explain my amendment. Just by way of some background, at the beginning of session, I was made aware by the Medical Cannabis Commission of a little-known potential public health issue related to the unregulated use of a psychoactive THC isomer product called Delta-8 and some other THC-derived products. The product contains high levels of THC being purchased in some cases by minors and adults without, in many cases, undergoing a lab or control testing prior to the sale. Basically, this product is legal as a result of the 2018 Farm Bill at the federal level that exempts products derived from hemp from the definition of marijuana. And so some people might view that as a bit of a loophole in the federal law. Others have a different view. So what is Delta-8? So basically, the Delta-8 THC are in the cannabis plants in trace amounts. And both marijuana and hemp are two varieties of these plants. And so while the cannabis plant does not contain sufficient amounts of Delta-8 for commercial use, it can be manufactured and extracted through a chemical synthetic process. And synthetic or artificial Delta-8 THC created through this chemical synthesis process may have potentially harmful byproducts, contaminants, due to the chemicals that are used in the process. These products are widely available online currently in brick-and-mortar retail stores, convenience stores, gas stations in Maryland. And federal and Maryland law do not require testing, the establishment of health and safety standards for the manufacture, packaging, labeling, or advertising, or even establish a minimum sales age. And so in the fall, and you'll see in your packet, or in the CDC and the FDA in the fall weighed in to issue a public health advisory on Delta-8, citing specifically increases in availability of products and the potential for adverse events due to insufficient labeling, or in some other cases reflected inaccurate amounts of the Delta-8 or THC levels in the product. And in the materials I've submitted to the committee, there's a document as part of those FDA advisory opinions, a document right here called 5 Things to Know About Delta-8, and it lays out 5 concerns that were cited in the fall. The main one being that the product's not been evaluated and approved by the FDA for safe use and may be marketed in ways that put the public at risk. So this is in the fall. So the paradigm here, Madam Chair, members of the committee, so we have in federal law, legal product. We do have a significant hemp industry in the state of Maryland, and many of you may have been contacted by folks who sell this product, and there has been pushback on the bill as drafted. I do believe this product needs to be regulated and tested. So there are a lot of moving parts to putting together, though, a regulatory scheme that works here, and we want to do it right. Another complicating factor, candidly, is from a definitional standpoint, we're in the middle of a debate actually here today in the committee about adult use legalization, a referendum question. We've got those bills here in the committee, and the possibility of transitioning even who does the regulatory work in this space over cannabis from the current medical commission to perhaps another entity. So putting all this together, Madam Chair, members of the committee, after discussing the issue with our current regulator and some others, and you'll see a position statement from the commission on this, before we rush into a legislative response that will work in our state, we don't want to go that route if it's not ready for prime time. I think the better approach here, members of the committee, is to compile some additional information about Delta-8 and with the regulator, work with the regulator to come up with the best way to actually regulate these products. So I'm offering an amendment which is supported by our regulator, the Cannabis Commission, that you have in your packet, that will change the bill into a work group and require the Commission and the Department of Agriculture to study and make very specific recommendations on how to classify and regulate this Delta-8 product and any other artificial, synthetic, and naturally occurring THC isomer products. That report will be due back to this committee by January 1 of 2023. And at that point, Madam Chair, we can move forward with what I hope to be an appropriate piece of legislation regulating this product. So that's what I have. I'll turn it to the panel, and I'd ask for a favorable on this amended version of the bill, which converts it into a study.
Thank you. All right, then we'll go to Dr. Ramey Eek.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the committee, and thank you, Senator Feldman, for bringing this bill up and sticking with it. The Maryland Public Health Association, my name is Ramey Eek, and I am representing the Maryland Public Health Association. We don't take a position on cannabis itself. We don't feel like that's necessary for these conversations we're having, but we do take interest in the regulatory aspects, evaluation, enforcement, and such of these laws. So in your packet, you will have our testimony, and ours may be a little bit more fun because it has a number of pictures involved in it. So you can actually see what these products look like. And some of the biggest issues for us is, as you heard, these are unregulated. We don't know what's in them. We don't know what the effects are on people. We're not really tracking these types of things. There's easy access to youth. There's no age gating. Also, they can get them over the internet very easily with very limited age gating on any of the websites. Also, just spurious claims and sexualized advertising content that's all over the place. There are no regulations on that. And then also just a general loss of tax revenue. I went to a number of sites to see if I could purchase these items, and none of them required me to pay any taxes. So I think that's a huge loophole that needs to be addressed. So we have a number of recommendations. The first one is probably a long shot, but just for consideration, consider an injunction on the products at least until the study comes out next year, and at a minimum, increase the legal age to access these products to 21 years or older. And then also consider requiring producers and retailers who are in the state to register the products that are being produced and that are being sold, so you can actually start to track these types of things. So we are supportive of the amendments as they've been submitted, and would like consideration of the other ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to William Tilburg.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Will Tilburg, Executive Director for the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission, here today to support SB 788 with Senator Feldman's proposed amendments. As the state's medical cannabis regulator, we receive a lot of calls, emails, other correspondence from patients and parents concerned about what they think are medical cannabis products. In actuality, they end up being Delta-8 THC products, which are almost as intoxicating as Delta-9, what you think of. So you do get high for using them. And as was mentioned, they are untested, unregulated, and it's unknown largely what is within them. Two examples that I've received just in the past couple weeks. One, just yesterday from a mother in Towson who was upset that a medical cannabis dispensary was selling edibles to Towson high schoolers. Upon investigation, it was a hemp store on York Road that was selling Delta-8 highly intoxicating products to teenagers at Towson High. Another example is a patient who was seeking pain relief from Delta-8 products based off of recommendations from hemp store employees. Ultimately, this individual ended up in the hospital, had to have 2 surgeries. She later took the products that she'd been taking to a lab, an independent lab, and the lab was horrified at the level of copper that was within the product, and copper can lead to liver failure. So these products are intoxicating, they are unregulated, and they are potentially dangerous. The Commission supports the proposed study because this issue, as Senator Feldman alluded to, is complicated, and currently this body and the General Assembly overall are considering what comes next with Delta-9 THC, which is what's in the cannabis plant that the Medical Cannabis Commission currently regulates. And so it does make a lot of sense that as the state looks to what comes next with that it's holistically evaluating how to regulate these products because they are very similar. They come from the same plant. They are similarly intoxicating. And so with that, we would urge a favorable report on SB 788 as amended. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll go next to Daniel Simmons. Okay, Debbie.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Barry Pritchard.
No, he was number 8. All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Pritchard. Number 8. Okay, he's unfavorable, so I'll tell you what, let's finish hearing the favorables. Yeah. let's
actually
finish hearing the
favorable.
people.
I'm favorable now with the amendment.
Well, you signed up though as unfavorable.
Well, that was this morning.
Okay,
Okay.
so you can tell us about that when you, okay.
Shall I wait then?
All right, so the following people haven't yet testified. Kevin Addicks, Levi Sellers, Anna Cheney. And we're gonna need the people who testified to get up so that the new people can sit down. Yeah, Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Tilburg, a little bit directed more at you. I think a lot of us would have liked to have seen you on the panel for the previous bill, with there being so many questions involving the application process and how this is moving forward. I can just tell you, I've got a number of complaints that have occurred based on what we just heard, that applicants are getting scored, there's being a reshuffling, and then they're not getting the application as they should have been originally awarded. They are not being able to go through the Office of Administrative Hearings. They're having to go to district court or directly to circuit court. And Madam Chair, I think we were very specific on what we were trying to do with HB2 a number of years ago, and this might not be the right time, and I'm not asking any question.
It isn't, because that's the last bill,
Yeah, I
not the
know,
one that's before.
but I think
I'm happy to answer it, Madam Chair.
I think it's important that maybe Mr. Tilburg can come back and maybe brief the committee just on the progress of the applications that have been designated as a result of HP2. I think it's very important to a
We
number
could
of us.
invite him back to a work group.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
I did submit a letter on the last bill explaining the license numbers and everything.
That gentleman, the gentleman who was up here, that gentleman was signed up unfavorable, but now he's favorable with amendments, and maybe he would just.
All right. The following people are signed up, and you can stay right there. Have we heard from Daniel Simmons?
Is that Mr.
Okay, what about Kevin Addicks? Do we hear from Barry Pritchett? And Anna Cheney? All right, now those who are favorable with amendments, we want to hear from those first, if we haven't heard from those, and then we'll go to the unfavorables. All right, just state your name and you have 2 minutes each.
Hi, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Daniel Simmons. I'm favorable with amendment. I'm here speaking on behalf of Maryland Healthy Alternatives Association. We're dedicated to preserving access to natural alternatives to pharmaceuticals. I'm also the founder of Georgetown Hemp. My business has participated in every segment of Maryland's hemp economy since its inception. I personally hold more than 12 industry certifications covering cultivation, helping patients optimize therapeutic relationship with cannabis, safety and regulations, OSHA guidelines, and CBD physiology and health. I'm a panelist at the University of Maryland School of Pharmacology's Cannabis Science Therapeutics Master's Program. I participate in hemp research with the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And where my business truly specializes is in testing protocols that set industry standards for safety and compliance. I understand that responsible business owners like myself were not the target of the bill. I thank you nonetheless for slowing this process down to hear all sides and gain a more comprehensive understanding of the impact the previously proposed regulations could have on the Maryland economy as a whole. To be clear, the Maryland Healthy Alternatives Association strongly supports regulation that will help ensure consumer safety, as well as continued growth of the hemp industry. Included in our written testimony is an example of the rigorous testing protocols that we utilize. I offer them as a possible framework for future legislation. My goal today is to offer myself as a resource to the committee and to request the MHA's participation in the proposed study. Not only because we know how important our insights will be during your decision-making process, but also to ensure that the industry and all who participate from seed to sale have a voice in this process. Thank you again for your thought and consideration to include those who would be affected most in the process.
Thank you. All right, are you Anna?
Yes.
Okay, would you go next, and you have 2 minutes.
Get a little closer. Okay,
Thank you very much. My name is Anna Cheney. I am a farmer at Honey's Harvest Farm. I am the owner and operator of Honey's Harvest Farm. We're a regenerative ag farm in southern Anne Arundel County. We are diversified, and we do grow hemp in living soil. Hemp, as a chairperson for the Anne Arundel County Agriculture Commission, and also having served on the board of directors for Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, I feel very strongly, and also a certified functional nutrition counselor now, whereby we're finding with current studies how important hemp is to human health. It is a multifaceted plant, and it is vital for human health. It can not only modulate immune response, but current studies show that it can prevent a virus from entering the human cell. All constituents of the hemp plant are vital to this. I am a proponent of full spectrum hemp products, including Delta 8, that is naturally part of the hemp plant. We have a long history in this state that we can safely and fully in transparency regulate all kinds of things, including liquor, beer, wine, and medical marijuana. As amended, I ask that you support this bill. I ask that you legislate or respectfully request that you include the Maryland Hemp Coalition in having a seat at the table of the study. It has been shown in my experience that when all stakeholders are at the proverbial study table, the resulting legislation is more inclusive, provides for fair and equitable representation, and is more sustainable. As in all legislation, I support you in your quest to take on this topic with an open mind and eyes wide open to hear the perspectives of the entirety of the hemp industry and not be persuaded with lack of stakeholder participation. As a hemp farmer and certified functional nutrition counselor, I am open to questions and am at your service for future conversation. I do support the fair and equitable regulation of Delta 8 by the hemp industry and MDA, and I also support age-restricted purchases of Delta 8 and hemp industry safety standards and testing, and of course, labeling practices. Once again, I urge you to support the bill as drafted. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. All right. And would you state your names, the last two gentlemen? And you have 2 minutes. You can just move that mic. You don't have
I'll stand if you don't mind.
Okay.
My name's Barry Pritchard. I initially was unfavorable, but since we have the amendment by Senator Feldman, we're favorable on the bill at this point. Again, I'm Barry Pritchard. Thank you for taking a minute to hear my perspective. I'll give you a little background on Sunex. Our little company in Cambridge, Maryland, is Maryland's first fully integrated industrial hemp processor and testing company. We also have the distinction as being the first legal cannabis business in Maryland, in that we were the first registered applicant for registration as an independent test lab for the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission industry. We have no interest at this point in the medical cannabis side. We've focused on hemp for the last 4 years. We've been instrumental in providing guidance for the Department of Ag with respect to regulations for the Maryland hemp industry, and been an integral part in self-regulation of the same of the industry. We've also been awarded with a number of Rural Maryland Council grants, the two highest for 2017 and 20 in support of industrial hemp. So our opinion on this legislation is, as written, it would have killed the industry, the hemp industry moving forward. It's long since been our goal to provide the industry with a path toward comfort level with growing hemp, the farm community, such that we at some point could provide a third crop, for a rotational crop for the farms of Maryland. So we are adamant about having control of the cannabinoids, which is the low-hanging fruit for the industry, controlled by the Medical Cannabis Commission. So it's our recommendation that we do a study, so I'm grateful for that, with the goal of indeed taking care of what we consider to be a crisis around the Delta 8 products. Delta 8 is not going through rigorous testing. That needs to be done. We also feel as if
your time is up, if you could wrap up.
Just one sentence. We also are asking that there be a protected market for hemp products, so that hemp D8 or hemp CBD is made by products grown and processed in Maryland. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. And if you would state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kevin Addix with Grow and Fortify, representing the Maryland Hemp Coalition. We are an organization of growers, processors, and resellers of hemp products. And as the prior panelists have said, the hemp plant is a very important plant to Maryland agriculture. It is filling a void in being that third crop throughout the year. It is also providing farmers with a couple of different options, whether that hemp is grown for animal bedding, is grown for a secondary use in the fiber market, or is grown for CBD or other products, other derivatives from the hemp plant. It's an incredibly important member of the agricultural, toolbox at the moment. The folks who've gone before me have indicated that the plant should be protected. We should continue to allow growers under the Farm Bill, under MDA, to continue growing hemp and to be able to grow hemp in its full capacity within those boundaries. To the sponsors' credit, we've heard the concerns about Delta 8. We want to make sure that Delta 8 is regulated in a responsible way, but we would urge this committee and the study, as it is conducted, to consider ways to preserve the existing businesses who have been up to this point selling this product, and making sure that they're able to continue to be successful and thrive. And then finally, I would urge that the Hemp Coalition have a seat at the table as this bill continues to be discussed. So with that, I would urge favorable with the amendment as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we heard everybody at the table, did we? Thank you so much. Okay. All right, we're going now to Senate Bill 844, Senator Carter.
I think there might be some more people here for this that signed up, maybe?
Are there? Who, wait a minute. I think we got to everybody. We called him. All right, just a minute, let's make sure. Did, the following people were signed up. If you didn't sign up, we haven't called you. We did call Nicholas Patrick. Did that person speak? No. All right, what about Daniel Simmons? Okay, Kevin Addix?
No, he did. I think just.
All right, so maybe you're the only one who did not. All right.
Levi Sellers?
I called him.
Okay, come on up.
Okay. The two of you. Okay. Okay, you have 2 minutes each. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Feldman, and members of the committee. My name is Nicholas Patrick, and I'm a member, a representative of the Maryland Healthy Alternatives Association. I'm also a first-generation immigrant and the owner of Embrace CBD Wellness Centers, which has 3 locations in Maryland. I'd like to thank Senator Feldman and the committee for your interest in the issues described in SB 788, and also for slowing things down to perform a group study around the nuances related to the issue of Delta-8 THC and other hemp-derived cannabinol derivatives. I completely agree that this study will be to the benefit of both consumer safety and the businesses that participate in the hemp industry. In the 3 years since my wife and I started our company, we have seen many reasons for why our industry needs a regulatory framework, and we're excited to see things change for the better. Our business has always placed quality control and transparency at the forefront of everything we do as a company. I have years of experience in dealing with the consumers of these products face to face, and I've personally seen the impact that these products have on the lives of those who use them as alternatives to prescription medications. In our written testimony, I have included some of the testimonials from my customers for you to read to see that there is a real benefit to protecting the public's access to these hemp-based products. I believe that there is a responsible way to regulate this industry, and we believe that the hemp industry and the medical cannabis industry can and should coexist. We have for the past 3 years already been implementing what we believe can be the model to achieve the stated goals of this study. And after reviewing the current language of this study, we would like to offer an amendment that allows for the specific participation of our association in the working group. I believe that our association can be of tremendous value in helping the legislature craft regulation based on elements of age gating, licensing, penalties, testing, and oversight, and more. And I believe that we would be invaluable to the mission of protecting the public from the large amount of bad actors that have infiltrated our industry, while protecting the rights of hemp businesses to participate in the free market. We wish to work alongside the MMCC and the Department of Agriculture to ensure that the interests of the hemp industry are fairly represented. After all, we are the experts in these matters and can apply our expertise in a way that ensures that the study meets its stated goals. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you're our final speaker.
All right.
Would you state your name?
My name is Levi Sellers. Thank you for your time today. So good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the sake of time, I will keep to my highlighted points as I have submitted a written testimony in more detail. I hold a seat on the Maryland Agricultural Commission and over the last 2 years have reported on the Maryland hemp industry. I'm an advising member of the Maryland Hemp Coalition and also own a state-licensed hemp farm. I'm here to strongly oppose SB 788 as drafted, as I feel it further confuses the definition of hemp and marijuana, limits research, and opens the door for potential conflict of interest. I am in agreement there is a need for appropriate regulations in regards to hemp-derived Delta-8 products and consumer safety. If public health and safety is the main concern, why not consult the industry being regulated for their input on how to handle the matter? The Maryland hemp industry is prepared to work with state agencies towards fair and equitable regulation of the production and sale of specific hemp and hemp-derived products with respect to consumer safety and education, including good manufacturing processes, compliant labeling, age-restricted sales, and quality assurance testing requirements. One solution I have heard proposed seeks to only allow the sale of Delta-8 products that are produced in Maryland. I feel this eliminates the benefits of a free market and interstate commerce. Although I am not an attorney, I believe this also violates the Dormant Commerce Clause in constitutional law. This doctrine, developed by the U.S. Supreme Court, is used to prohibit state legislation that decriminalizes or discriminates against interstate or international commerce. Given the opportunity to collaborate in the study, I believe that myself, along with associations representing the interests of the hemp industry, could assist in crafting reasonable regulations. For those reasons, I urge that you oppose Senate Bill 788 as drafted, but support as amended. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right?
Thank you.
Now, that truly ends the testimony on 788. And we're going now to Senate Bill 844, Senator Carter, medical cannabis dispensaries operation at multiple locations. And Senator, let me call up your panelists. Lawrence Brown, Tamarcus Booth, and Terrell Brown.
Dr. Brown. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, you have whatever time you need to lay out the parameters of your bill, and then all panelists will have 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, for hearing the bill and for your consideration. So I realize you have quite a heavy lift today, and this is the first of 2 of my bills. This is the simple one, though. I think this is a very simple bill. Senate Bill 844 seeks to correct an unintentional mistake made in 2019. While we believe the original intent was to allow the cannabis dispensary license holders to operate 4 locations under 1 license, the enacted law requires 1 license per location. Requiring 1 license per location creates an undue burden on dispensary operators. Adapting the regulation to allow 1 license for 4 locations allowed per license holder eliminates the burden and creates a more equitable pathway for participation in the cannabis industry. Wealth disparities create difficulty for many racial, ethnic, and gender minorities to participate independently in the cannabis industry. Allowing 4 dispensaries to operate under 1 license creates opportunities for co-managing and co-operating dispensaries, mitigating wealth disparities for minorities interested in the cannabis industry. In addition to creating opportunities for minorities to operate cannabis-related businesses, this bill also allows for more dispensaries to be located in underserved minority communities. This gives greater access to a medical treatment that is less harmful than some alternatives like opioids. There are some concerns that have been raised by opponents that this bill could be injurious for independent dispensary owners. On the contrary, we believe this legislation is intended to do just the opposite. As I mentioned, the bill actually creates increased opportunities for new independently owned dispensaries. It would also allow already existing independent owners to expand to 4 locations, increasing their business opportunities. So you'll hear next from Dr. Lawrence Brown, who brought this bill. He and the entire witness panel are persons that are interested in participating in this industry. They've pointed out to me the fact that in so many of our minority and low-income communities, these dispensaries are simply non-existent under our current law, and we're just seeking ways to create greater opportunities for people that need them in those neighborhoods. And so you'll hear from Dr. Lawrence Brown. He also has a handout that he'd like to distribute to the committee to illustrate the issue of the lack of dispensaries. And with that, I'd like you to hear from them, and then we'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is Dr. Brown going to speak first?
Yes.
All right, you have 2 minutes, Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Lawrence Brown, entrepreneur and Baltimore City resident. This bill would allow cannabis dispensary license holders to use their existing licenses to open 4 locations, which the current state statute already allows. Last year, I saw an announcement regarding a $30 million diversity fund from Curio Wellness, where they would help minority franchises enter the industry. They would pay or allow $710,000 to open up a dispensary, and then the minority or woman or veteran could bring $40,000 to the table and become a franchisee. But since every dispensary license location must be licensed, it blocked me from taking advantage of this opportunity. So I think this bill, as the state senator said, would allow more opportunities for persons like myself to enter the industry, especially in Baltimore City. The map that you see before you, it illustrates that particularly in Baltimore, there are no cannabis dispensaries in black neighborhoods, and that's a travesty, not only for the fact that there are health disparities for which African Americans have more burden and have more pain issues. We just heard a research study saying that more African Americans are now dying from OD, overdosing from opioids. So if any community needs equitable access to cannabis, it is the black community. So I would like to amend this bill to to only allow new dispensaries locations to open in geographic communities that are underserved. Again, you can see on the map that I've passed out that black neighborhoods, particularly in Baltimore City, and even in other communities outside of Prince George's County, have no dispensaries. And these dispensaries need to be co-owned by black people to help ensure that wealth flows to those communities affected most by the war on drugs. So I urge this committee to pass something that will help the community that has been most impacted by disproportionate arrests. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Then we'll go next to Tamarcus Booth.
My name is Tamarcus Booth. I'm here to give a little bit of more insight as to why this bill should be passed for people like myself who may have an opportunity to work in a field like that, where in a place where there's not a lot of employment, not a lot of jobs. It's very scarce for people like me who have had bad background, stuff like that. And I believe that if this bill was passed, it will open up a lot of more job opportunities and also effectively reduce the war that we have on drugs, and reduce the traffic that's out there and reduce the amount of people that's out there, selling these drugs, selling and distributing it, things like that. And I believe that it could reduce the amount of that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Then we're going to Terrell Brown.
He's not here.
Tia Hamilton.
What is your name?
Tia Hamilton.
All right. I hadn't called you yet, but you would be next. Okay. And if the others who've spoken want to move, but let's at least make one spot for David LeGrand. Is that person here?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Tia Hamilton. I am the owner of State vs. Us magazine, which speaks to the prison reform and wrongful convictions in our system. And I'm also the owner of Urban Reed's Bookstore, located in Baltimore. My testimony comes from a space of saving my black men and women, young and old, from systems that keep them in prison due to laws and policies that are in place. I will be giving you guys stats, valid points from the United States, Maryland, and Baltimore City. Since 1980, Reagan election, mass incarceration has gone from 0.5% to 2.5%. 5% is spent on local budget, but over $260 billion a year federally from taxpayers. And all of these stats are based around marijuana incarceration. Blacks are 6 times likely to get arrested for selling drugs compared to whites being the ones who sell it the most. 1 out of every black boy born today can expect to be sentenced to prison compared to 1 out of 6 Latinos and 1 out of 17 white boys. Black population is 13.4% in the United States, and 34% of us are incarcerated due to wrongful convictions or drug convictions due to the majority of being marijuana. In Maryland, 31% is black, but 70% of incarcerated men and women are black. That's crazy. Many men ages 18 to 24 who were sentenced to extreme prison sentences still remain in prison, even decades later. Currently, the state of Maryland imprisons 3,000 people over the age of 50 and nearly 1,000 individuals who are 60 and over. Majority of these incarcerations are due to marijuana, whether they are a dealer or in the wrong place at the right time for the law. According to the Justice Policy Institute, more than 70% of all people in Maryland's prison doubled the national average, and almost 80% of people with serving least than 10 years are black. The latest data from the Department of Justice shows...
Excuse me. We really only have 2 minutes.
Okay.
So if you could wrap up.
So I can wrap it up. 90% of people arrested for weed, marijuana in Baltimore City from 2015 to 2017 were black. That's 1,450 out of 1,514. As our mayor, Brandon Scott, said while serving as councilman in 2019, recreational marijuana should be legal in the state of Maryland. And he also stated that he hoped that people in charge of policy and data will be able to see this, that it's not shocking, and make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Senator Augustine.
This is for the sponsor, actually. And first of all, I understand everything that you just shared for sure, but Senator, the way it's set up now is by legislative district. Is that correct? So it's like, I think the limit is two per legislative district, and our legislative districts are by population. And so I'm trying to understand how you would say the math of things not working. You understand what I'm asking? Like, of saying that they're not in certain neighborhoods when it's set up that way.
So there's 2 issues here with the bill that Dr. Brown actually brought up the fact that he said he wanted to amend the bill to see if there was a way to address the dearth of these dispensaries in black neighborhoods. So that would be a separate issue, but the bill as written is really a bill that does one very simple thing. It says that one license owner that's allotted 4 locations would simply be able to have those 4 locations operate without having a separate license for each one, because of situations like his where he was unable to participate because he's not a licensee. He just wanted to participate under the umbrella license at that one location. That's all the bill seeks to do.
So there's testimony from the commission that says that, and I think I'm understanding what's being said, that this could potentially quadruple the number of dispensaries, and that's what you're arguing for? That's what that you all are arguing for?
That's why I'm offering an amendment that would say that only in areas that are underserved, like the map shows, particularly in Baltimore and even other areas where black populations are more heavy, we don't see cannabis dispensaries. So amend the bill so that these would only be in underserved communities and that they would be co-owned by black people that live in those communities as well. Okay. So that way wouldn't have someone who owns 4 going to 16 as easily.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Thanks to this panel. Did we hear from everybody?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Now we have an unfavorable Ashley Bagwell and a Seth Murphy just says info. Are those people here? You have 2 minutes each.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Ashley Bagwell here this afternoon on behalf of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association, respectfully in opposition to Senate Bill 844. In 2019, legislation passed increasing the number of dispensary licenses that one license holder can own or control from 1 to 4, and that's legislation that we at the time opposed. Now, as a result of that legislation, we do have some license holders who have 4 licenses. This bill would quadruple the number of dispensary locations in the state of Maryland, and it would mean that those license holders who currently have 4 licenses would increase their locations to 16. We have a lot of concerns about that. We're concerned that the problems that were originally created when that legislation passed in 2019 would be further exacerbated. Second, Senator Augustine, as you mentioned, regulations stipulate that there are 2 dispensary locations per senatorial district, excluding grower dispensaries. This legislation includes no geographic parameters, so those additional locations added by this legislation could go anywhere in the state, and we're concerned that they would not be geographically spread, but would probably clump in certain areas in the state. Lastly, we have some concerns that growing the number of this many dispensaries in the state at a time when patient numbers are evening it out and even decreasing is problematic. And so for that reason, we would urge an unfavorable vote.
Are there any questions? All right, let's go to Seth Murphy.
Hi, my name is Seth Murphy. Thank you for your time. I am the only African-American male social equity winner of a cultivation license in the state of Maryland. I'm actually one of under 10 African-American men to own a cultivation and control his own cultivation license in the United States. So I'm very eager to have an opportunity to be at your disposal to help give you the actual answers to what minority participants in the social equity space need. There are market factors in place where many, many people who've come to testify today are here to assure their business interests in the medical market and in the impending adult use market. I'm here today to give you some facts and some information that I hope will give you clarity as to the need for minority participation in this industry, continued minority participation, which is ownership and the ability to successfully compete. We're not talking about just to be there. We want to create an equitable environment for African-American entrepreneurs to come and be successful in this industry. The current dispensary map that you are aware of, that you're working off of in the senatorial districts, was drawn up in the beginning nascent formation of this program. And as you've heard from other people testifying, the geographic location parameters have prevented any serious minority ownership or participation into historically disenfranchised and underserved communities in Maryland, in Baltimore City and beyond. I'm in favor of several of these provisions because there needs to be an expanded access point for minority businessmen and entrepreneurs to enter the dispensary market. She does have some very valid points that we need to exercise some political sagacity in how we allow members to come into the market and where they can go. We do need to make sure that the number of licenses is only expanded for the social equity pool, not existing licensed members. And this is an opportunity for us to explore with some vision to allow the minority members of this community to continue to actually compete. I do agree that there are no dispensaries in underserved areas, which is problematic. However, the black men and women who are going to enter this business deserve the same opportunities from a business standpoint as the original people did when the maps were drawn. There's a wealth of information from a competitive standpoint as you get into market factors that allow success in location identification for where you would put your dispensary. And if black-owned companies come to the decision that it is profitable and in the best interest of their business, they should be allowed to explore putting their dispensaries in high-traffic areas. Now, this is going to be problematic because of the dispensary association and the ways that this has been drawn. And that's why I use the word sagacity, because with vision, we can do this in a way that does not impair any existing dispensary owners, that does not limit any existing dispensary owners to expand and be profitable, but takes the concerns of the underserved community first and foremost. That includes the other license classifications that are being formulated for ancillary business formation. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We earlier called David Legrand. The person didn't show. Is he here? All right. Thank you for your testimony. I am starting to be concerned myself about if we do it by legislative or councilmanic districts, what do we do to adjust? Or do we say that the ones that were in place at the time the business was initially founded remains the spot where the business can be? Because otherwise, when we go through the 10-year redistrictings, we've got a problem. So I'm sure Senator Feldman is going to have a work group. Senator Carter will have a work group. And that's something we want to make sure we consider as well. Thank you. All right, that ends the testimony on that bill. We're going next, Senator Carter, to your 692, Cannabis Legalization and Regulation and Reparations for the War on Drugs Act. And you will have whatever time you need to lay out the parameters of your bill. I'm going to call on your top three persons for your panel. Davon Love, Yannette, Emmanuel, and Elizabeth Hilliard. Panelists, you have 2 minutes each when we get to you. And all right, did we
Thank
get
you,
all
ma'am.
three? All right.
Thanks, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Feldman and members of the committee. Madam Chair and members of the committee, this bill and this issue of recreational marijuana legalization has become super important to me in ways that really strike me at the very core of my being. Because there's a lot of discussion and a lot of bills on this subject, and as we know, there is one movement afoot that says, hey, let's just take it to referendum, and we'll deal with fixing all of the policy things later. I think that will be a horrific thing to do, because as my bill talks about, and I'll talk about in my testimony, this issue is critically important for Maryland's future and to repair the damage done to Black and brown communities. And if we don't put that as a priority, there is really no reason to move forward with recreational legalization. And so, my testimony, it's time for Maryland to prioritize ending the mass incarceration of Black people and begin to mend the harm created by cannabis prohibition. Last session, we passed legislation correcting laws that made Black, disabled, immigrant, and low-income communities less safe, but we have turned a blind eye to the most significant cause of that thrall, the criminalization of cannabis. Senate Bill 692 is an expansion of our strides towards justice because it recognizes and amends the consequential destruction of the false war on drugs. Senate Bill 692, the Cannabis Legalization and Reparations for the War on Drugs Act, is strategically designed to diminish the penalties on recreational use of cannabis. On top of legalization, the possession and cultivation of certain amounts of marijuana, this bill vacates previous convictions for marijuana-related offenses and prohibits police from conducting warrantless searches due to the odor of cannabis alone. It affords individuals whose convictions sprung from cannabis-related searches the right to petition the court for vacatur or for a new trial altogether. Senate Bill 692 eliminates criminal penalties for cannabis-related offenses and establishes community reparations for Black and brown communities most significantly impacted by racial policies. Last summer, we saw on the Ocean City Boardwalk how young Black people were not only superfluously arrested, but also brutalized by police for the atrocious crime of vaping. This happens all too often. These teens were humiliated, abused, injured for potentially possessing marijuana, maybe. We need to limit unnecessary interactions with law enforcement and to avoid these incidents from occurring, especially over a plant we are legalizing. Senate Bill 692 does that. This bill is a large step towards ending mass incarceration of Black people. According to a 2020 ACLU report, 50% of drug arrests in Maryland were for cannabis. In most counties, Black people are more likely to get arrested for cannabis at double the national average. In rural communities like Queen Anne's County and Calvert counties, Black people are 8 times more likely to get arrested for cannabis. These are recent numbers, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This isn't from 1970, 1980, or 1990. These are recent, this decade, within the last several years. While empowering cannabis users, we are mindful of the regulations necessary for the cultivation. For example, individuals are prohibited from growing more than 6 plants in a residence in this bill, in public places, or in areas accessible to persons under 21 years of age. Further, it limits the amount of marijuana an individual can possess, but sets up civil penalties, not criminal. To help address the harm done to certain communities targeted by the war on drugs, this bill also establishes the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. The fund will provide for economic reinvestment into impacted communities by allowing proceeds from the cannabis industry to be designated in ways that benefit minority-owned businesses. The comptroller would have the power to prioritize distribution of fund monies to those communities that have faced disproportionate criminalization for cannabis-related offenses. Madam Chair, I believe this is critically important as we look at what we do with the revenues. We have to deal with more than just ending the criminalization and the repercussions of criminalization. We have to look at repairing the damage and harm due to the wealth gap, and this is a way to build Black wealth. Contrary to what some may believe, the data demonstrates that there is no connection between cannabis legalization and rising crime rates. Legalization will, however, generate more tax revenue and create jobs in communities that need and deserve them. As the ACLU report details, an overwhelming majority of Marylanders not only support legalization, but also support the critical provisions of Senate Bill 692 that center racial justice. I hope this committee will, so I'd urge a favorable report. I know, Madam Chair, I heard you say that we'll probably work group these issues, and so I want to make it clear that I was a part of the work group chaired by Senator Feldman, and there are points of which we agree. There are some areas of this bill that I think are critically important to moving forward that are not included in that bill, and I do think that there are provisions here that must be considered by the committee and by the body. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Feldman.
Thank you, Senator Carter. So I just want to make this point, because we have the next bill as well. Yes, I want to partner you with, I don't look at these bills being in conflict. You were very helpful and continue to be helpful, so I'm looking to you as a partner. But just one quick question, just kind of more tech, because I'm looking at some of the things in your bill, and I do think there are some things in there that actually are ideas for the other bill that maybe need some amendments, and I'll make that point in the next bill. But just so the committee's clear, because we've, I think, had this conversation about what's the difference between expungement, this is more your lane than mine, candidly, to vacate versus expunge like a record. Just, you use that term, and I think members of this committee may not know the difference in mechanics.
So interestingly enough, I remember back when I was in the House of Delegates, members of my committee on House Judiciary used to call me the expungement queen because I was such a proponent of expungement, which is a good tool. But expungement is simply the ability to clear a record, and vacature is a better vehicle, because now that we would be ending prohibition and legalizing it for people, vacature goes the further step of saying it didn't happen. There is no criminal record at all. It's not just that you have the ability to expunge it. It's like, nope, never. It's almost like when we passed a law some years ago that allowed for expungement of a crime that's no longer a crime because you couldn't be convicted of a crime that's no longer a crime. but it's just philosophically and a little bit of difference in process. The concept of vacature, I think, is more appropriate in this, as we move forward, than expungement, where it's possible.
Okay, thank you. Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for bringing all this together. One of the things that we've heard as we've worked together on this thing is around, and you've addressed this, the odor issue, but that really has been a community concern. There's been a community concern around that from a quality of life issue. Did you think about that when putting in this provision here around odor? You know what I'm talking about?
I did think about it because odor is a problem for me personally. I don't enjoy the odor of marijuana, which is all over the place now, and we haven't even legalized it recreationally. I don't also enjoy the odor of cigarette smoke, which I think is also probably detrimental to me physically and all of our health. So I thought about it, but I thought about how we have to endure cigarette smoke, and it's prohibited in certain areas, and I think that's the most appropriate vehicle for marijuana, that you could, unless it's prohibited, a person would be able to smoke or use marijuana, because we also have to contemplate marijuana is no longer just something that's smoked. It could be vaped, it could be, ingested some other kind of way. So yes, happy to continue to have discussions about it, but I think that after much thought, I think this is the most appropriate way to go, because what we don't want to have is to continue to have people arrested and brutalized for it.
I agree with that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going now to, are you Elizabeth Hilliard?
No, Yannette Emanuel.
Yeah, okay, all right, Ms. Emanuel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the committee. My name is Yannette Emanuel, Interim Public Policy Director at the ACLU of Maryland. The ACLU of Maryland is in strong support of SB 692, which seeks to legalize marijuana for Marylanders who are 21 and older, allows for the possession of up to 4 ounces of marijuana, cultivation of 6 plants, and clears previous marijuana-related convictions, and eliminates criminal penalties for marijuana-related offenses, and prohibits police from conducting warrantless searches due to the odor of marijuana. The criminalization of marijuana has always been rooted in racism and xenophobia. Any association between black people and marijuana continues to frame black people as inherently criminal or bad people. While in contrast, white persons continue to use marijuana and is seen as recreational or medicinal. As a result of this, black persons are unfairly targeted and criminalized by the enforcement of our marijuana laws, and the data clearly shows this. Between 2018 and 2019, 76% of those arrested for marijuana possession were black. And in places like Baltimore County, black people are 80% of the arrests are made up of black people, even though black people only make up 30% of the population. Marijuana is now widely viewed in many states and by the majority of voters in Maryland, 70% to be exact, according to our recent poll, as a reasonable recreational option and an engine for potential economic growth. However, black people continue to face the brunt of the enforcement of our marijuana laws. And I think even if you don't like the plant or like the smell, we can all agree that something that will legally be sold and make many wealthy people wealthier should not continue to criminalize black and brown people and completely derail their lives. This requires a paradigm shift in how the state deals with existing marijuana-related convictions and enforcement, and one that is grounded in the principle of retroactive legalization, and that is exactly what SB 692 does. SB 692 allows for the previous marijuana-related convictions, such as possession and possession with intent to distribute, to be vacated, and vacature, as Senator Carter explained, goes further than expungement by reversing the actual adjudication or finding of guilt. Additionally, SB 692 eliminates the criminal penalties associated with marijuana-related offenses, because even with legalization, unauthorized sales should be addressed with a civil penalty, similar to operating a business without an appropriate license. Without eliminating these penalties, black people will be vulnerable to existing arrest patterns, saddling black people with criminal penalties despite cannabis legalization. Especially because the majority of those currently selling marijuana are substance dealers, meaning that they are selling to survive and they are not bringing the substantial profit and will not have the access to license to distribute lawfully. It's cruel and unfair to continue to levy any kind of punishment against these persons when wealthy Marylanders who are not over-policed will be able to engage in the same conduct legally and for profit. And so for the following reasons, the ACLU of Maryland urges a favorable vote on SB 692. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll go next to Davon Love.
All right, greetings, Chair Committee. My name is Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. I want to actually focus on the importance of black people and people of color to benefit economically from this new industry. You all know actually better than anyone else about just how complicated it is to regulate an industry, especially when you're looking at it through the lens of wanting to ensure that Black folks are able to benefit from this emerging industry. And so this bill addresses a lot of that, particularly the challenge around race-specific policy that directs resources in that way. That's something that, of course, as you all know, there are certain legal challenges and difficulties with that. And there are provisions in this bill that we hope circumvent that. What I want to do, and I hope, we can have a conversation about, a deeper conversation about what some of those elements and the regulatory aspects of this bill do. What I want to focus particularly on, given a limited time, is the reinvestment aspect of it. As Senator Carter mentioned, this bill institutes a community reinvestment fund that will put 60% of the tax revenues back into the communities most impacted by the war on drugs. This bill would designate that there will be a study done that looks at the jurisdictions who, and their percentage of their contribution of the total marijuana arrests throughout the state will be used as a formula to determine how those jurisdictions get access to those resources, making sure it's distributed in a way that addresses those that have been most impacted, with guardrails. So the guardrails include that the resources cannot be spent on displacing existing government programs or services. Those resources wouldn't go to law enforcement. Additionally, there would be reporting mechanisms in the bill in which these jurisdictions would have to report back to the General Assembly about how these resources are spent. The reason why this is such an important piece is because many of the ways in other states who've legalized cannabis and have tried to do some form of social equity and reinvestment have really centralized, big box, white-led nonprofit organizations that have been the biggest beneficiaries of the resources that go towards reinvestment. And the way that this community reinvestment fund is set up, it's set up in a way that provides the best opportunity for people in their local communities to play a role as to how those resources are allocated. And we think if we're serious about reparations and reparative justice, that we want something that allows the community the best opportunity to be able to shape how those resources are spent to address the impacts of the war on drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go further, I should have introduced Senator Addie Eckhart, who came in a few minutes ago from Budget and Tax because they're budget implications, and also Senator Chris West from JPR. Okay, let's go next to Elizabeth Hilliard.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Elizabeth Hilliard, I'm an assistant public defender with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender and also the Assistant Director of our Government Relations Division. The Maryland Office of the Public Defender respectfully urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 692 because Senator Carter's bill is the only one that lays critical, extensive framework to repair the racial injustices that have been caused by the war on drugs. We think that the framework that has been discussed by Yannette and Devon and Senator Carter is critical to ensure that communities in Maryland, and especially Black and Brown communities, are put on the road to repairing past harms in the efforts that we make to legalize marijuana. Specifically, we support two critical pieces to Senator Carter's bill. First, that the bill makes clear that police can no longer stop, search, or arrest people or search vehicles based only on the odor or simple possession of marijuana. This is critical as it ensures a person's right is not infringed upon due to legal conduct. Second, it also creates an opportunity for someone who was previously convicted based solely on a stop, search, or seizure based on marijuana odor to apply for reconsideration to the court and have a new evidentiary hearing conducted to ensure that their rights were not infringed upon based on previous stops or searches based solely on odor. This aligns clearly with the doctrine announced in Lewis, the case in front of the Maryland Court of Appeals, and including this in the framework of the bill itself will prevent what will likely be years of confusing and extensive litigation on the matter. It's critical to do this now to ensure that police officers and communities in Maryland understand the law and are protected by it. And for these reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 692. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Feldman.
Actually, this is one of the issues is a little different between the bills, and I know we have a body of case law from our Court of Appeals on this, but Just on this, assuming that I were to agree with you, I was just looking at the actual language in 692, and it wasn't clear to me, and you can look at the language yourself. So assuming that you did do the search of the car, and it turned out that maybe that was a bad search, and you then, under lawyer principles, you can't then use the fruit of your, whatever. In that scenario, there's a second part to the language, because I am interested in this issue. Maybe this might be worthy of some adjustment. If you found like a dead body in the trunk after you did the bad search, under the language in this bill, would law enforcement be able to do anything with the dead body in the trunk? So I may be in agreement with the principle here, but I am a little concerned with the language as written in 692 about the impact of a later evidentiary hearing that found that, in fact, it was not an appropriate search, but I just put that out there.
We could ask both the sponsor to opine.
I'll ask the
public
office, maybe,
defender.
well, I'd ask the office, the Office of Public Defender, since you brought this issue up specifically.
I'd be happy to answer it to the extent possible with the facts that you provided me. I also saw Yannette getting ready to jump in, I think. I'm going to give you the very lawyerly answer of it depends. And I apologize for that, but I think that what you're asking is would be a very fact-dependent circumstance that the judge themselves would have to make the decision based upon. If you're envisioning a circumstance where a police officer stops a car and then solely searches it based on just the odor of marijuana and happens to find a dead body, there are numerous doctrines that exist that could possibly still allow the discovery of the dead body to come in, such as, I'm totally blanking my. Inevitable discovery? Yeah, inevitable discovery, thank you, Senator Carter. And additionally, the language in the bill itself is making clear that it has to be just the odor that would contribute to the stop, search, and seizure. And I don't mean to presume what the facts in your sort of hypothetical, but there is likely going to be a circumstance if there is a dead body in the trunk that the police officer could point to behavior by the driver, other things that may be in plain view, and additional circumstances outside of the odor of marijuana that would contribute to their justification for this search. And so it is difficult to anticipate a scenario where there would not be an opportunity to go further.
I just wanted to put the issue on the table. This, we'll have some further discussion, but I just want to.
I understand.
Senator Reedy?
Very quickly, right now, if I'm stopped and the officer stops in a routine traffic stop and the officer smells alcohol, that's cause for him to talk to me further. If we pass the bill in this current form, I'd be concerned about, because I'm ideologically, whether I support legalizing recreational use or not, I understand the argument about, expungements and that sort of thing. What does that do to that kind of, I don't know whether to call it probable cause or not, but if I'm pulled over and the officer smells alcohol, it gives him probable cause to ask me to perform sobriety check, right? So can you speak to that issue?
Sure.
I know we're not in JPR, but.
That's okay. Your concern is addressed in the bill. I'm trying to find the direct language, but there is language in the bill that permits the police officer to use the odor as an opportunity to further investigate impairment.
Okay.
That is not, that is separate from, being able to subsequently search the car. So the odor of marijuana is something that a police officer could still use in their evaluation of whether the driver is driving impaired.
Okay, and then one other question, and this could be maybe anybody on the panel, but I know we have a long set of witnesses left. Is there some concern that with recreational legalization, we've just heard some bills about our medical marijuana process, which I think is way too gummed up with bureaucracy. If we pass legalized recreational marijuana, are you concerned that the same kind of bureaucratic hurdles and having it be so bureaucratic and so regulated that, again, for lack of a better word, minorities, disadvantaged people are going to be tripped up and get in trouble for not dotting every I, crossing every T? Should we make it less regulated than we're talking about making it?
So if I could address that.
If that question makes sense.
Yeah, and I would say two things. One, I just think it's obvious that an industry such as this is just tremendously complicated to regulate, given all the different factors, given the health concerns. So there are a variety of different factors that I think make it complicated. As it relates to the question of, people of color participating in the industry and the regulations being too onerous, I mean, to be frank, I think when we look at attempts to provide economic relief, we're limited by the fact that in statute it's difficult to have like race-specific remedies, right? So even things as simple as set-asides for people of color in a particular industry is something that legally is very controversial, but for many of us would allow at least the best pathway in an attempt to do that. Now, even that, just given the market forces, there are ways that market forces could circumvent even those types of protections. So what this bill attempts to do is a best effort, given the market forces, given the complicated nature of regulations, provides at least some best efforts, some guardrails to provide some additional incentives for doing business and providing opportunities for Black business owners.
I'm concerned on the overall issue, not just this bill, but other bills, about figuring out how much regulation's too much in this space. I might err on the side of more regulation because I think it's a dangerous substance, but I just think there's an interesting balance we need to strike. Thank you.
All right. We've got 25 witnesses altogether on this one, so let's see if we can get a little further, and then we have another bill, and then we got to vote. Okay, thanks so much. This has been a very helpful panel. Sylvia Quinton, Debbie Ramsey, Tia Hamilton, and Lupe Hawkins. If those persons are here, would you come up? You will each have 2 minutes. And the microphones are movable. All of you there? All right, who would like to get started? And just state your name and go ahead. You've got 2 minutes each.
Deborah B. Ramsey, greetings. Having spent the bulk of my career with the Baltimore Police Department, working as a detective with the Criminal Investigation Drug Enforcement Section, I believe I have a responsibility to offer my support for this bill. It clears criminal records and the disposition of certain charges relating to the use and possession of cannabis. Finally, the bill establishes a system for the regulation and taxation of the market for the production and sale of cannabis in the state of Maryland. In addition to my public safety career, I am a speaker for the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, LEAP, which is a nonprofit group of police, prosecutors, judges, and other criminal justice professionals who speak from firsthand experience. Our mission is to make communities safer by focusing on law enforcement resources on the greatest threats to public safety and working towards healing police-community relations. I was dismayed to see how we need our police to focus on the greatest threats of public safety, and cannabis is not one of them. Arresting someone for selling cannabis makes things worse on the streets. Every officer knows that. An arrest does not stop cannabis trade. Instead, it introduces more people into the justice system, where a criminal record will lock them out of employment, education, and housing opportunities. After retiring from the police department, I founded an out-of-school time program in West Baltimore, which engages kids in after-school activities to keep them off the streets and off the corners. Programs like ours pay huge long-term dividends in keeping young people on a positive path. But our progress is threatened every day by job offers from the illegal marijuana market. You already know how devastating the effects of the Baltimore 2015 uprising was. This was one of the greatest implosions in police-community relationships. Individuals wonder why many Black communities do not trust the police. Every time an officer threatens a community member with a cannabis arrest, we are digging ourselves into a deeper hole.
When you hear that beep, you know you need to wrap up. I regret that not everybody can get all of their testimony to us in oral form. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia Quinton?
Hi, excuse me, it's pronounced Quinton. Okay, Sylvia Quinton with the Maryland Prevention Works Coalition, and I represent 10 drug-free community coalitions from Baltimore City to Prince George's County, Maryland, Worcester, and Somerset County, as well as Cecil County. And we're funded by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The focus of our organization is youth substance use prevention. Our particular focus on this bill is the community-based, is the fund, the fund. And what we want to say is that the state of Maryland receives on average about $34 million a year for substance abuse treatment. Currently, there are no state general funds that support youth substance use prevention. When we had the mass incarceration of Black and brown children, the alternative to that was a reduction in substance use prevention. One thing that we're seeing with these bills is that the multitude of various funding slices of the pie for the various funds do not really balance the inequity that happened between mass incarceration and prevention. When you had mass incarceration, it was a reduction in substance use prevention. We're used to hearing the words substance abuse prevention and treatment together, but really what that comes to be is substance abuse treatment, which is part of the poisonous fruit of mass incarceration. Treat them, lock them up. This is an opportunity for the great state of Maryland to lead by example and with the fund to prioritize substance use prevention. And Senate Bill 682 does that by focusing on community-based initiatives. And I'll talk about the fund when we get to the other Senate bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go next to Tia Hamilton.
Yes, ma'am. Tia Hamilton. According to a previous ACLU report, it showed that Maryland had the fourth highest arrest rate for marijuana possession in the nation. 96% of people arrested for weed in Baltimore from 2015 to 2017 were Black. That's 1,450 out of 1,514 people arrested by Baltimore City Police. Decriminalization still doesn't keep Black men in the home. In other words, recidivism stays low when resources are given. Resources equal opportunities, and opportunities equal resources. Black communities need both. Remember, any prescription drug in Big Pharma will kill you faster than marijuana if consumed more than prescribed. Marijuana doesn't have that effect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lupe Hawkins.
Yes, madam. Lupe Hawkins, I'm one of the co-founders of the Just Us Initiative. First, I want to talk about how this bill would affect people on parole and probation. I feel like it would stop a lot of people from using synthetic drugs, such as K2 or spice or anything like that, which is way more harmful than marijuana. I think that this bill will also bring a lot of people home from prison that are incarcerated right now for either selling or possessing marijuana. Also, I feel like it'll help a lot with homelessness in a sense that a lot of people will be able to find housing. Most of the programs in this area do a lot of background checks, and it would disqualify you if you have any felonies or any misdemeanors for marijuana possession or distribution. And last, I feel like this will help with the unemployment crisis in our area, in the state of Maryland. In the same way it will help, housing. A lot of people get denied employment constantly because of marijuana charge or conviction, which has a lot of people basically on the street doing whatever they can do to survive. I'm pretty much done.
Okay, thank you very much. We got to everybody, right?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, we're going to call the next group of people. Let me call Eon Miller, Michael Collins, Lawrence Brown, and Stanley Tucker. Okay, Stanley Tucker, Eon Miller, Michael Collins, and Lawrence Brown to the table. And the microphones are movable. Okay, each of you has 2 minutes each. And if you want to send us back additional written testimony, that's fine. All right, who'd like to go first? Just state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, my name is Michael Collins. I am the Policy Director for the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. Before coming to work in the city, I spent 6 years at Drug Policy Alliance where I worked on marijuana legalization, among other issues. Marijuana legalization is a racial justice and social justice issue. The question of should we legalize marijuana is over. Nationally, marijuana legalization is an inevitability. Indeed, Maryland is well behind the curve when it comes to this issue. The question then is, how do we legalize marijuana? My office recognized the harms of marijuana prohibition, which was the motivation for our decision to stop prosecuting marijuana possession in January 2019. There is simply no evidence that marijuana use causes public safety issues, and we know that there are many negatives to marijuana prohibition. The racial disparities in arrest for marijuana are stark, and using police and prosecutor resources damages relationships with the community, especially black people. Many people prosecuted for marijuana are saddled with a criminal record, which is a scarlet letter preventing them from access to housing, food stamps, student loans, and more. Therefore, as we legalise marijuana, let us consider the damage done by prohibition. Marijuana legalisation must include resentencing and expungement. It must mean that black people, especially those impacted by the drug war, should have access to the legal market, its licences and its profits. Revenue generated should also at least partly be dedicated to those communities impacted by the war on drugs. This approach is the gold standard for marijuana and is the approach taken in Congress and in states like Illinois and New York. It should be the approach that this legislature embraces. I urge a favourable report of the legislation.
Thank you. All right, let's go next to Stanley Tucker.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Stanley Tucker. I'm president of Meridian Management Group. And what we do, we provide financing for small minority and women-owned businesses here in the state of Maryland. We are in support of this legislation. And essentially what we have some language in the bill that basically deals with capital and providing capital to small minority and women-owned businesses. This language is really very familiar, should be very familiar to you because we had similar language in the video lottery terminal where 1.5% of the gross proceeds went into a fund to invest back into small minority and women-owned businesses. In this particular piece of legislation, we're asking for 2% of annual cannabis sales be directed into the small minority and women-owned business account that is located within the Department of Commerce. And by the way, the state of Maryland received a national award for its creativity in how to get funds, badly needed funds, for small and minority and women-owned businesses. And as you know, capital is a major issue for small, minority, and women-owned businesses. So our mantra is that capitalism without capital does not work. Essentially, that's our presentation. We think this is an opportunity to bring more capital in the community for small, minority, and women-owned businesses. It has worked extremely well. There's information that we can provide you on the economic impact it has tremendous economic impact on the economy. And so bottom line is we want to duplicate what has already been an extremely successful model in the country. As a matter of fact, and the state receiving a national award, and we want to duplicate that model. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, we'll go on to Ian Miller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ian Miller, and I'm a youth organizer in Baltimore County. I'm in favor of Senate Bill 692 because it is long past time to legalize cannabis in Maryland. The war on drugs was a politically motivated crusade to criminalize being black in America. The effects of this war have been devastating. Lives have been destroyed, futures have been evaporated, and communities have been ravaged. The racial disparities in cannabis arrests are stark. In Baltimore County, where we reside, Madam Chair, black residents make up 80% of cannabis arrests, despite making up only 30% of the population. This is shameful, and we need immediate action. It is long past due that we right the wrongs of our racist and ineffective prohibition on cannabis. Senate Bill 692 is the strongest possible piece of legislation on this session to do just that. SB 692 is the only cannabis bill to focus first and foremost on reparations. It creates a framework to invest 60% of cannabis revenue into majority Black communities that have been most affected by prohibition. Ending the war on cannabis is not enough without a justice-driven approach. That means investing to repair communities that have been most harmed. SB 692 also creates the strongest possible expungements for nonviolent cannabis charges. We need to free those locked up right now and expunge the records to prevent those convicted from having trouble securing employment or housing. And finally, competing pieces of cannabis legislation are seeking to create a ballot measure. Senate Bill 692 does not, because we do not have time to wait. Lives are being destroyed by racist policing and prosecution as we sit in this very hearing. Public opinion polling shows that cannabis legalization would certainly pass when it's put on the ballot. A ballot measure is a politically motivated, pointless exercise that delays our ability to right the wrongs of the past. Maryland should have done this a decade ago. Enough is enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Lawrence Brown.
All right, Lawrence Brown, Baltimore City resident and also entrepreneur as well. Once again, I'm here in full support of this bill. As you may know, Baltimore City in particular is a hyper-segregated city, which means that Black neighborhoods are stripped apart of resources. They don't have opportunity. As I showed in the map, we don't even have cannabis dispensaries when the burden that we bear according to health issues is greater. We also know that the vacations that Senator Carter talked about would be tremendously beneficial. Why make people go through an expungement process when if we make it legal, then people will not have to deal with that injury to their record to begin with. So don't introduce a more onerous process to the equation by settling for expungement. Put vacations in and wipe the record so that people don't have to then go and fill out a process and fill out paperwork that should not be an issue to begin with. So I'm also in support of the funding that would be allocated to help repair the harm. Now, even if you're conservative, you would have to agree that if there's more crime and violence in African-American communities, and a lot of that is tied to the drug trade because people don't have resources to survive, then why on earth would you not provide the capital that would allow people to have the opportunity in America, in the state of Maryland, to be able to employ people from those communities so that they can actually be in part and parcel of legal work opportunity, working to increase their wealth in a way that is not going to harm their community or lead to further violence in the community. This, as Stanley Tucker said, capitalism without capital is really a death sentence for Black communities. And so we have to become comfortable saying that if Black people were the ones that were most harmed, then we have to be specific that Black people and Black neighborhoods need to be the ones targeted for solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, I think that's it for this panel. The next panel will consist of Camille Jones, Ruben Amaya, LaAnna Harrison, and Anthony Williams. You have 2 minutes each. Please state your name and you may begin. And the microphones are movable.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Leanna Harrison, and I am the Research and Policy Analyst for CASA in Baltimore and Central Maryland. CASA is in strong support of Senate Bill 692, which legalizes adult recreational use of marijuana and puts critical provisions in place to protect the tremendous number of Marylanders that have been impacted by marijuana criminalization. CASA is the largest immigrant rights organization in the state, and I'm here today on behalf of our membership of over 120,000 Black and brown immigrants. While other panelists today and in written testimony have discussed in great depth how critical this legislation is for addressing racial disparities, I want to specifically highlight for the committee how marijuana criminalization has impacted the immigrant community. CASA's membership and the communities we serve are disproportionately impacted by the failed war on drugs. In many ways, Black and brown immigrants face the highest stakes as they are disproportionately targeted in both the criminal justice system and immigration enforcement. For some, a marijuana charge does not just result in unjust jail time and a lifetime of other forms of discrimination, but delays and stops in their immigration process and even the possibility of deportation. Every year, CASA supports countless immigrants in navigating their immigration cases and providing families with the support they need to start their process of filing for relief, gaining their residency, and applying for citizenship. Marijuana charges should not prevent these individuals from moving forward in their process in any way. Specifically, Senate Bill 692 will vacate previous marijuana-related convictions and mandate opportunities for the reconsideration and vacature of those currently served sentences. Vacature in particular is the best option for immigrants as it undoes their adjudication or guilty finding instead of just shielding it. This could be life-changing for immigrant families. Members of the committee, again, CASA is in very strong support of legalization, and the SB 692 is the only way to do it. We cannot move forward with legalization without the key provisions outlined in the bill that intentionally center racial justice and ensure that the communities most impacted benefit retroactively from the legalization of marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Camille.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Camille Jones, and I'm here to speak on what my experience was during my time at a well-known top-performing dispensary in Baltimore, Maryland, where I experienced a series of discrimination and retaliation. After working my way up to management at this particular dispensary, I discovered what was perceived to be wage discrimination. After going to HR with my concerns, and how to address the situation. My position as assistant inventory manager was immediately dissolved, and I was told that it was due to COVID cutbacks. I was offered a lower level position under my Caucasian counterparts who I trained, and I was, upon accepting my demotion, I was ultimately told that I displayed an attitude whilst I was asking about how my benefits would change and if there were any other members of the team that were being displaced. Immediately after that, I underscored some of my accomplishments that made the actual function of the dispensary better. And I ultimately followed up with HR, where my reason for termination changed several times. Soon after, I was offered a severance package. After not signing it, I had charges pressed against me, as well as the two only other Black managers. We were accused of theft and theft scheme because we refused to surrender our voices. Ultimately, this led to threats being sent. We were targeted by ownership. This is something that's important to me because minorities within the cannabis industry, within the medical cannabis industry, are being ravaged all over again. My experience of discrimination and retaliation, strictly based off of my skin color, has impacted us in some of the worst ways possible. There needs to be ownership. We need to have a chance to work in safe environments. We need a chance to make up for some of the injustices that we face as ground level employees within some of these medical cannabis dispensaries, and this bill is an opportunity for people of color to give us that opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hear now from Anthony Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and other distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Anthony Williams. I'm a Senior Vice President with Meridian Management Group. Stanley Tucker is my partner, and my testimony is a supplement what he's already provided. We are in support of SB 692 and the amendment to that, which basically requires a 2% of annual cannabis revenue sales go into an account that already exists at the Department of Commerce to service small minority women-owned businesses, provide financing, loans, and equity investments. And based on Maryland Casino Policy Coalition revenue estimates, over the next 6 years, We think that might approximate to $5.6 billion in retail sales for the state, and approximately 112 million of that would go into such an account. We provided to you our analysis of that, and along with our testimony with a chart that estimates what that would be. As an alternative, if for some reason the legislature feels that 2% of the revenue is not the right approach, then we recommend that 10% of the excise tax be delegated to that account. And that would result in about 94 million over a 6-year period. So one approach or the other, we are recommending that we use an existing account that has been in place for nearly 10 years. It's being administered by the Department of Commerce, which has extensive experience in managing such funds. The fund is already deploying funds to small and minority women-owned businesses that are starving for capital. Also, we are suggesting that it not be limited geographically, that it be statewide, and that 50% of the capital be deployed to businesses in the cannabis industry. The remaining 50% be deployed to service small minority women-owned businesses statewide. I'll stop there and open for questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going finally with this panel to Ruben Amaya.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ruben Amaya, and I am in strong support of SB 692 to legalize cannabis for adults 21 and over. The criminalization of cannabis and the war on drugs have ravished our black communities. And even after its decriminalization, black Marylanders are at least 3 times more likely to be arrested on cannabis charges than their white counterparts. Cannabis is policed differently for black and minority people, and the legalization of cannabis will help put an end to the racist policing of the drug. The fact is that this is not a policy issue, but a moral one. Cannabis does not and should not make someone a criminal. We have an opportunity to right a historical wrong that can usher in equitable opportunities for so many of our communities that have been affected by the injustices in our legal system. And we can absolutely manage and control it in a way that is safe and beneficial to our local economies. For example, like alcohol, cannabis ought to be a regulated and recreational drug for those adults who choose to enjoy it or use it to medicate. As we know, outlawing cannabis does not stop people from using it. Our state should legalize cannabis not only as a way to bring new industry and revenue to our economy, but also as a way to regulate the safety of the drug that people will inevitably use. Passing this piece of legislation will have enormous benefits, not just in the short term, but in the long term for future generations of Marylanders, which is why I strongly urge this committee to vote for a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for this panel. We've got another panel with 2 affirmatives and 2 favorables with the amendment, and I'll call you up now. Everybody will have 2 minutes each. Lawrence Grand Prix, Martin Mitchell, Tahir Johnson, and Olivia Nagel. The microphones are movable. You may just state your name and you have 2 minutes each.
I'll start as the favorable. Lawrence Grand Prix, Director of Research, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. SB 692 builds upon established precedent to build a true reparations methodology, which is distinct from just investing in community. The distinction is that reparations is when those who are aggrieved are empowered to choose the mechanism of redress. Now, how do we do that? We build upon national precedent. What are these precedents? Michigan, for example. Section 14.3b of the Michigan legalization bill states that 15% of all state-level tax revenues will be redistributed to the counties. Michigan's only requirement for these funds is that the entity locality opt in to recreational sales. So SB 692 modifies and improves upon this by making the weighting mechanism the actual impact of the war on drugs. Another example is Oregon. Oregon allows, I believe, 20% of state tax revenues to go to localities. SB 692 learns upon the precedents of Oregon and Michigan and evolves them to initiate guardrails to make sure this money is spent in the mechanism that is intended, as empowering local communities. What is Michigan localities doing with this money? Michigan Live reports that Ann Arbor, Collegetown, the Wolverines, is going to use the money to include alternatives to policing. Detroit, on the other hand, a predominantly black city, is going to explore funding the results of a commission to do a study on the impacts of the slavery and discrimination against African Americans, to do a reparations approach that way. And this is what we need. We need local entities empowered to empower people from the grassroots. I know some people have talked about having a piggyback tax, where localities and cities can have a small tax at a local level as a mechanism for local control or local reparations. It just doesn't work at scale. Illinois tax totals around $317 million last fiscal year. Michigan, $350 million last fiscal year in state-level tax revenue. Portland does have a small piggyback tax locally, and they do use it for social equity, but it's only totaled $2.5 million over the past 4 years. We need solutions to the war on drugs that scale at the level of the violence of the war on drugs. That can only happen at the state level. That can only happen with reinvestment in the localities that have been most impacted by the war on drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Martin Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Councilman Martin Mitchell. I'm chair of the NAACP Maryland State Conference and president of PGCYD, Prince George's County Young Democrats. I come in support of this bill, SB 692. The restorative impacts will start to undo the impact of mass incarceration and the war on drugs and open a pathway to opportunity for poor black communities in Maryland. There are a lot of great elements of this bill. Particularly, I like that this legislation is rooted in equity and cannabis reform, such as codifying the Court of Appeals decision to not only be extended to the individual, but now to the vehicle, because we know that we know very well that law enforcement would use that tool as a fishing expedition. The PGCYD Legislative Committee voted unanimously in favor of this bill, and I support this bill particularly because it will build economic opportunities and restore damages from the fake war on drugs. So thank you, bill sponsors and community advocates that helped put this bill together. We urge a favorable report of the cannabis legalization and the reparations for the war on drugs, SB 692. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're starting with the favorables with amendment. Tahir Johnson.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Tahir Johnson, and I'm the Director of Social Equity and Inclusion at the Marijuana Policy Project. I'm a Maryland resident residing in Upper Marlboro, Prince George's County, and today I'm here to testify in support of SB 692 with amendments to legalize cannabis for adult use. It's critical that Maryland legalize cannabis and replace prohibition, which has disproportionately impacted black communities, with equitable legalization that releases prisoners, clears records, and stops searches based on the scent of cannabis. I've personally been arrested for cannabis possession 2 times here in the state of Maryland. In the first instance, as a college student vacationing in Ocean City, I was pulled over for driving a Lexus and told that I looked like a drug dealer, which resulted in me being surrounded by cop cars at gunpoint and threatened to have dogs tear my car apart, which resulted in me going to jail for a dime bag of cannabis, which is a very small amount. Thankfully, I was able to have the charges expunged and still able to go on to have a successful professional career in finance and nail cannabis. Maryland's current limited decriminalization laws are not enough. In the second instance, I was pulled over for cannabis, arrested and charged with felony possessions because I had over 10 grams despite being a medical cannabis patient. The charge ended up being thrown out, but the stress of going through that was something that I'll never forget. Stanford Open Policing Project found in the first 2 legalization states, Colorado and Washington, that traffic searches dropped by about half since legalization. Those searches were disproportionately performed on cars with black or Latino drivers. No state legalization law has been repealed because those laws are working well. Public support has increased significantly in states where it's been legalized. Teen marijuana use is not up, and states with cannabis legalization have brought in over $10 billion in cannabis tax revenue while creating over 400,000 jobs in the United States. For those reasons, I recommend support with amendments. Thank you very much, and I'll pass to my colleague.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and Vice Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Olivia Nago, and I'm Senior Policy Analyst at the Marijuana Policy Project. The Marijuana Policy Project strongly supports legalizing and regulating cannabis for adults 21 and older, and doing so in a way that repairs the damage inflicted by criminalization. I'd like to thank Senator Carter for her leadership on this legislation. Our testimony is favorable with amendments. This legislation includes many great provisions, including home cultivation, vacature of past cannabis convictions, and community reinvestment. I've included some suggestions to improve the legislation as currently written in my written testimony, but just to offer a couple here, we recommend including a possession limit for infused products without a specified limit. It could arguably be 4 ounces, including other ingredients in the product, and this could lead to citations for possessing modest amounts of edibles weighing over 4 ounces. We also recommend explicitly including that cannabis harvested from the plants grown from home cultivation is included in personal use amounts. And finally, we do strongly support including that the odor of cannabis cannot be grounds for a search. However, we do want to flag that the language that currently provides for this in this bill includes an exception that we're concerned is too broad and may actually swallow the rule. So as currently written, SB 692 appears to allow law enforcement to search most areas of a vehicle while investigating if a person is driving while impaired, and this appears to allow police to tear apart a vehicle looking for a legal product if they merely claim that they're investigating the possibility of impaired driving. Our written testimony, we include some language from Connecticut's legalization law that we'd recommend instead. Connecticut's law does not allow police to search a vehicle based on odor of cannabis. Instead, it allows law enforcement to test for impairment of the driver if the officer reasonably suspects that the driver is driving while impaired, and the odor can help form the basis for that reasonable suspicion. So I respectfully urge the committee to consider our suggested amendments and issue a favorable report of SB 692. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator, Vice Chair Feldman has a question.
Olivia, and first of all, I want to thank you. You've been very helpful as I was crafted my own bill over, the last period of time. And so one thing, and I'm trying to pick my spots here because I mentioned the odor issue earlier, is one that, I have to think about. The other thing that's in the other bill that I do want to get your thoughts on is this idea of a per se level. So, in the other bill, it basically says if you test a certain number, you are presumed essentially to be impaired, and then it's up to the person as an affirmative defense to prove that you. So, talk to me just a little bit, and it's not in Senator Carter's bill. So, in terms of the flaw, just talk to me a little bit about that very specific issue of testing and why a per se rule may or may not make sense. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question, Senator. So I first would note that, reducing impaired driving is certainly an important and worthy goal. We would recommend that Maryland takes its current approach and what the approach of most other states take, which is an effects-based law to determine driving under the influence. And essentially that just means that, a drug recognition expert would come to the scene if the officer thinks that the person is impaired by cannabis, or it's also used for any other substance except for alcohol. So they would come to the scene, conduct a field sobriety test. If they have probable cause, they can take THC in the blood, and all of that can be included to detect whether someone is impaired. The issue with a per se DUID limit, which would be in your bill, Senator Feldman, it would be 5 nanograms per milliliter of THC in someone's blood. So if someone's testing at 5 nanograms or higher, they would be automatically, convicted of driving under the influence. The issue with that is that it is unscientific. There is no magic number with cannabis to signal that someone is impaired. So we're very concerned that having that limit, it would result in, drivers who are sober at the time being wrongfully convicted of driving under the influence if they're testing over that limit.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I have just one follow-up question. You mentioned the THC, and I know that can be a residual in the bloodstream for days or sometimes a week or more. What do you think needs to be considered regarding THC?
Yeah, that's correct. THC is fat soluble. It stays in one system depending on their use, how frequent of a user they are. So it can stay in one system, as you said, for days and weeks at a time. So again, I think we would recommend that not having any type of per se limit that would say that this amount of THC means someone's impaired, because that's just not scientifically true.
So in other words, if the on the scene, if the examiners come to determine what's what, it would be according to your physiological responses to what you need to do to be a safe driver. at that point in time, rather than to talk about what else you might have had at some other point with leaving residuals.
That's right, and that's what drug recognition experts are currently doing in Maryland. so.
Okay, thank you. Senator Kramer and then Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we can keep going down this conversation pathway, I'm exceedingly concerned about impaired driving. It's an issue I've worked on for a number of years with regard to alcohol. And now with legalization of recreational cannabis, we're going to be creating this whole new aspect of problem as far as I'm concerned with impaired driving. I appreciate your, saying something about somebody who's an expert in being able to identify an impaired driver. Who are these experts and where are they coming from, and what practical solutions are there to address this issue that you're aware of? Does anything exist?
Yeah, so they are drug recognition experts. They're currently, on the streets in Maryland doing these field sobriety tests now. We would support, and I know it's included in Senator Feldman's bill, having some money from tax revenue allocated to fund and train more DRE experts to help with the issue of impaired driving.
Do we know how many of these experts exist right now? And of course, once we open the floodgates and it's legal, and my understanding from trying to do some research on this issue is that it is a significant problem in those states where cannabis has been legalized for recreational purposes. And while I hear all the merits for legalizing it, I think as a deliberative body here, we have a huge responsibility to protect the public from the dangers of what may come with legalization. So I would certainly welcome any thoughts, ideas, suggestions as to how that we actually make that happen. Because right now, I'm not aware of any paths for protecting all those innocent people out there who will end up becoming victims to those who are reckless in their use of cannabis.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate all of that, Senator. And, I would just say that, we've included in our written testimony the effects-based current law of how we do this in Maryland. And I know that our allies at Normal also submitted some extensive written testimony on the issue as well, so I would encourage you to have a look at that. But I'm certainly, happy to talk offline with you on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next, we have Senator Hershey, and then Senator Klossmeyer, and then I see Senator Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your comments. This part's been very interesting. When you mentioned per se limits and the THC, and you say that there's not scientific data for that, why is that, and can you compare and contrast that to the scientific data that we have for blood alcohol level?
Sure. I mean, with alcohol, of course, we have a legal limit, and unfortunately, we just can't establish that with cannabis due to the reasons I've already said. THC stays in one system for quite some time, depending on their use, so they could be testing well over any set limit at any time and not necessarily be prepared. So I just think that that's kind of where the science is on that, unfortunately. I mean, obviously, I think if we did have, the science was there to have some type of limit like that, it would be a lot easier, but unfortunately, we're just not there yet.
Right, but we've changed the laws regarding the blood alcohol level several times, right? We've brought it from 1.0 to 0.8, and I think there's even, 0.6 or 0.06, I should say, I think. Why isn't there that type of a scale with THC? I mean, isn't there the ability to recognize what might be, a THC level that has been in your system for a much longer period of time? I would suspect that if you, were to have smoked, a week ago, that the level of THC in your bloodstream, isn't that lower a week later than it was?
Again, not necessarily, especially with medical cannabis patients who oftentimes might be heavier users. They can test pretty high weeks later, and it doesn't mean that they're impaired. That's just kind of what's in their system. And I'm not really familiar, in terms of alcohol and things like that. And I'm, of course, not a scientific expert on the matter.
Okay.
But
Well, that's what I was wondering, because I think that there's been some concerns to what the level of impairment is, and we haven't necessarily said that a certain level of blood alcohol means an impaired level of impairment. It just means a certain level of alcohol in the bloodstream that is easily measurable. So that's why I was confused on why that same type of analysis wasn't able to be used with THC. But
And Senator, I would just add, part of that is part of the way that, that alcohol and cannabis is, like expelled from the body after use. So for example, alcohol, it can be in your bloodstream and it can determine intoxication. But cannabis, as Olivia said, it has many variable factors and it can be different based on your rate of consumption, your weight, all those types of things. So you may have a situation where I may have, I may be a heavy cannabis consumer and it may still test at high levels, far down the line. But another person, they may have consumed and may not consume as often, and it may or may not appear there. So again, just because cannabis, it's because of those reasons, like she said, it in the way it's measured in the bloodstream, it's hard to actually have a test that would determine if they were actually impaired right on the spot.
Okay. Well, I appreciate both your input. Thank you very much.
I'm about to go to the other two who have questions, but I went to an NCSL meeting on this issue, THC, some years ago. And literally, it seems it stays in the bloodstream so long that it might, for one person, be at a level and having effect because it's newer. And for a second person, that the blood test would come out exactly the same. It isn't having the effect. So it seems that many states who are a little bit ahead of us on this are dealing with your behavior and your psychological responses to commands and so on the scene at the time that the officer is doing the test. So, okay, let's go to Senator Klossmeyer and then to Senator
Very
Benson.
quickly, I just spent a half hour down in JPR and listened to a bill before my bill, and it was exactly spot on what you're all talking about now. So I know they are looking at the marijuana laws and everything else. So just to let our committee know that if you talk to anyone that's in JPR, they can maybe give you some ideas and help. So that's all.
Okay, Senator Benson?
Yes, I just want to, I want to speak as a victim. I went out to Colorado, Denver, Colorado, to take care of one of my students. I'm a former school principal. One of my students got in trouble out there, and I had to go out there to see about my beloved student. We came out of the courthouse, and it was a beautiful evening, so it was suggested that we all walk down to the hotel. And I joined my friends and we walked down. We went past the park. When we got to the other side of the park, I began to feel lightheaded. And all of a sudden, I was wibbly wobbly. I was almost out of control. I just could not stand up. So they said, listen, Senator Benson, it's because of you're in a high elevation here in Colorado, so that could be a contributing factor. I said, okay, but it got progressively worse. I got to a point where I could not walk anymore. I had the strangest feeling, lightheaded, just strange feeling. They had to get a cab for me to get to the hotel. When I got to the hotel, they had to take me out of the cab and this and that. Long story short, as it turned out, it was as a result of the people who were smoking marijuana in the park. That's what happened. So on behalf of, I realized without a doubt that we need to do something about the mass incarceration of people of color. I realize that. But I have to tell you all, we have to be sure that what we propose, if we're able to do it, it's got to be mighty tight. because that experience was not good for me as a victim, because I don't smoke marijuana, I don't drink, I don't do any of the, well, there's some things I do, but I don't want to talk about it. But I was an innocent victim, and that's what worries me when we talk about marijuana, the smoking of marijuana. But I also understand that this marijuana is used to lock up our innocent victims. If you have a small quantity, they just use, I'm telling you, I'm from Hagerstown, so I can tell you the story about what's going on up there that nobody talks about. They'll talk about Baltimore, they'll talk about Prince George's County, but they don't talk about Western Maryland, they don't talk about these other places.
Senator, we got a lot
So
more
I do
people.
understand that we do need to do something, but we need to be cautious as we pursue a remedy for this problem that we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am, Senator, and I would say that I also support, safe and responsible cannabis consumption is very important. Also making sure that, that children aren't having access to cannabis and that is well regulated. Those are all very important issues. But as you pointed out, cannabis prohibition has disproportionately impacted Black men. Personally, my personal story, I'm a Howard University.
We don't have time to hear it right now. We got
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for your time.
And then we got to vote. And we'll have cannabis on the brain, and we might mess up with the votes. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to Kayla Mock, Ramey Eek, and Seth Murphy. Oh, did I skip a group? Oh, yeah, I did. All right, wait a minute. I'm wrong. Tracy Miller, Joe Bryce, and Ashley Bagwell, and Kayla Mock. Yep. Okay. Talk so much. All right, just state your name, and you have 2 minutes each, and the mics are movable.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Joe Bryce with the Maryland Wholesale Medical Cannabis Trade Association. I want to thank Senator Carter and everybody who you heard from who really laid out the reasons why this is important. I'm here to talk about much more mundane things, such as if you make that decision, how do you implement it, particularly in a state that has an existing medical market. And many states have started to grapple with this. What we do know is that in states that go to an adult use market with a existing medical market, you see a decline in the patient enrollment, but you also see a need to preserve that medical program and make sure those patients are served. So provisions making sure that there is an adequate supply for patients, provisions that make sure that it's available in the doses and forms that they need is very important as you move forward. We do support unequivocally the addition of licenses to participate and have businesses at the grow and process and dispensary level. Many other states have started to take the approach of placing expectations on existing medical licensees to help the new businesses get established and get started. You see some of that in Senator Feldman's bill. But it could be a fee into a social equity fund. It could be a joint venture partnership. It could be a mentorship, a business incubator. Some states are creating actual funds with state money to help businesses come along. And I think Mr. Tucker put it correct, is if you're not prepared to enter this or any other business, you're not going to be successful. So we are fully supportive of that. I'll probably talk on Senator Feldman's bill about some of the other issues, but we are supportive. We stand ready to play our role in helping bring along new businesses and helping to keep patients served in Maryland.
Thank you. Tracy Miller?
If it's okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to go next.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Ashley Bagwell here this afternoon on behalf of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association in support of Senate Bill 692 with amendments. I'd like to thank Senator Carter for her leadership on this issue and for her longtime commitment to criminal justice and social justice issues. We have submitted, together with Mr. Bryce, written comments that detail our position on this bill, but I just want to highlight a couple of issues. And a lot of our issues also deal with the interplay between an adult use program and the existing medical cannabis program. As this committee deliberates on this bill and on Senate Bill 833, that we hope as a part of your discussions, you will consider including a dual licensure process. This is something that a lot of other states have done and we think would be beneficial here in Maryland for a lot of the reasons that Mr. Bryce outlined. This bill stipulates that the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission is the regulator for the adult use market, but still leaves the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission as the regulator for the medical program. While we're agnostic on who the regulator is, we would urge one regulator for both programs and one set of regulations. We think that that just makes it easier for licensees to follow. Lastly, I'd like to thank Senator Carter for including a state-level fix to the 280E problem in this legislation. 280E, as Senator Eckert is well aware, is an IRS tax code provision that prohibits legal medical cannabis and potential adult use licensees from taking business deductions because they derive revenue from the sale of something that is federally illegal. A 280E fix at the state level isn't a complete solution, but it goes a long way to ensuring the fiscal viability of both medical licensees as well as any potential adult use licensees. Thank you, and we look forward to working with the committee on this bill.
Thank you. All right, Tracy Miller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tracy Lancaster Miller, and I am the president of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association, and I am also the executive vice president and founding member of Peak Relief, which is a medical dispensary in District 17. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on Senate Bill 692 today. We appreciate the focus on criminal justice and social justice reforms in this legislation and support those issues. These issues are important to this dispensary association as well, and just like Senator Carter, the MDMDA has made it a priority to increase DEI efforts in the cannabis industry. As we have said, we've submitted written testimony on this bill, so today I'd just like to speak to just a few items. This bill does not speak directly to dual licensing. And some other things to keep in mind is that there is the trend, as has been mentioned across the nation, that every state that has passed an adult use program, that has had an existing medical cannabis program, has seen a significant decrease in the number of medical cannabis patients that are registered. There's no comparison in other industries for what happens with this significant decrease. So as we think about the passage of an adult use program, we should also keep in mind to how to maintain the integrity of the medical cannabis program for our patient community. So thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon, and we look forward to working with you on this bill and the other bills you are considering today.
Thank you. We're going next to Kayla Mock.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Mock. I'm here with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 400. Chair Kelly and members of the Senate Finance Committee, I appreciate the chance to share my testimony on behalf of our over 10,000 members in Maryland working on the front lines of this ongoing pandemic in grocery, retail, food distribution, law enforcement, and healthcare. Through collective bargaining, our members raised the workplace standards of wages, benefits, safety, and retirement for all workers. Union members are critical to addressing the inequality and uplifting the middle class. I'm also here as a proud member of the Maryland Cannabis Policy Coalition and want to lift up the testimonies of those who came before me and those who will testify after me. The UFCW also represents tens of thousands of cannabis workers across the United States in dispensaries, labs, kitchens, manufacturing, grow facilities, and more. We appreciate the hard work and thoughtfulness that has gone into this legislation and understand the extreme complexity that comes with adult use cannabis reform. We thank the patron for bringing this issue forward and beginning the complicated question around licensing and regulation. We also welcome the thought and consideration that has gone into the future Maryland cannabis workers that will be employed in these multi-million-dollar industries. We believe this bill is a good start to figuring out how to make these jobs sustainable and equitable for the workers and the communities that they live in. This body has the opportunity to ensure that workers have true, free and fair access to unionization if they so choose, by including labor peace agreements or LPA language in cannabis licensing, and that is the friendly amendment we offer today. I've submitted written testimony on what LPAs are, its impacts, and the importance of organized employees in the cannabis industry. I appreciate the time and attention of this committee, and I will welcome any questions on LPAs.
Okay, thank you very much, this whole panel. We have two final persons signed up, Ramey Eck and Seth Murphy. Ramey Eck is unfavorable and Seth Murphy is for information. Yes, state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Very good. Thank you very much. So again, my name is Dr. Ramey Eck, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Public Health Association. I am personally an alcohol epidemiologist, but I also work in tobacco and now cannabis, and convene a monthly alcohol and tobacco, and as of yesterday, also cannabis network of researchers, local community organizers, and such. I would like to clarify that we are not here unfavorable. That was sort of a mistake. We are here favorable with amendments.
Okay.
So they kind of interpreted that the wrong way. But you will see in our written testimony, it does say favorable with the amendments. We would like to just mention a few things that we have concerns about. We are very supportive of the community reinvestment and reparations, vacature of prior records, and the justice-based initiatives. But it's important to remember that there are those who still struggle with cannabis use disorders, in addition to other health-related harms. And it's important to note that research is very sparse on both the acute and the chronic effects, so we have to remember that we're moving forward to legalize an intoxicating substance that we know little about, especially compared to tobacco and alcohol. Cannabis use disorder has about a 1.5% to 2% prevalence in the general population and about 10% in the population of adults who use cannabis. A study has also shown that as states go forth with legalization, general use increases, and so we don't know whether those cannabis use disorders in that population will increase alongside of that. A recent study in JAMA also found that states that have legalized cannabis, use disorders have increased in 12 to 17-year-olds, so that is a very important population for us to be aware of. We'd like to see a significant and appropriate investment in data collection and monitoring of baseline and also on a regular basis. Would like to see ongoing feedback on the state and trends in health and safety issues and requirements for studying these health effects, including those that are beneficial and those that are harmful. This is really needed in order to be fully informed in the implications that legalization has on an ongoing basis. I'm listening to Senator Benson's story. There are unintended consequences of legalization, such as the use disorder increase in 12 to 17-year-olds. Ongoing data collection and monitoring allows us to be aware of those things, to react to those things, and to address them appropriately before they get out of control. What we do like about the fund itself, however, is that it does allow for interventions and investment in those communities that need it the most, instead of requiring entry into the cannabis industry as a primary way to access revenues that will come from legal sales. I know I'm at time, so.
Yeah.
The one last thing I just put a plug for is Public Health Advisory Council, similar to what's seen in the House. Having an ongoing stable body, I think, is very important for this also.
Thank you. Senator Kramer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Ms. Eck has been working very hard on this legislation since it was first introduced last year. She and her colleagues in the world of public health have been very tuned in to trying to ensure that we here in this committee and in the chamber do the very best to ensure that the public health and welfare is addressed, including issues like secondhand exposure and impaired driving. I thank Ms. Eck for all the work that she and her colleagues have been doing, and I would ask, Madam Chair, that going forward, Ms. Eck be very closely tied into the final work product that comes out of this body because of her focus on the public welfare and public health side of this issue. while the rest of the matters are discussed as to the social justice, criminal justice, Ms. Zeck brings the expertise on the public health side. So
Okay.
I hope that we will give her a lot of opportunity to work on whatever bill moves forward, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so that ends the testimony on that bill. And we're now going to Vice Chair Feldman, Senate Bill 833. See, and, all right. Okay, so let me call up
Well,
Ashley Bagwell, Joe Bryce, and Tracy Miller.
okay, they're not part of my panel.
Oh, they're
so
not?
I think what I would prefer, Madam Chair, is let me just give an overview of where I think we are here now after having heard the testimony today and maybe some possible options on path forward. And then whoever did signed up to testify can come after me, but I don't, not that I want to disassociate myself with anybody, but I don't have a panel and I don't want to.
The three names I saw were encircled together. I
Oh, okay,
assumed
they
that
were
was-
together, but, yeah,
All
so
right.
if we, so let me, so this is the last bill of the day, Madam Chair, and I don't have a panel, and I have a little fewer witnesses than the last hearing, so if the committee will indulge me to,
Remember,
sort
we
of-
do have the vote, though.
well, I will, I think this is an important issue, so if you don't mind,
Yeah, I think you're right.
we spent the whole day on it, so. Well, first of all, let me commend the fiscal note writer off the bat. I haven't had a bill with 35-page fiscal note, but now we have a fiscal note of 35 pages, which I think is very thorough and very good. Secondly, I direct the attention of the committee to, something we put in law during this term, a racial equity impact note. And you can get that on your system, and I think it's very good and very thorough, and I would urge you to take a look at that as well. And a couple things just for some background and context on kind of where we are today. First of all, political landscape is shifting in the country, but also in the region. And so I have to, sort of make the point at the outset that we're now up to 18 states, I believe, at this point, plus the District of Columbia. But more to the point in this region, just over the last year on the East Coast, we've got New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, and right over the river from my Senate district, Virginia, are moving forward here, okay? And they're moving forward with not just criminal justice reform, but they are moving forward with market structure. And so I make that point, and the polling is pretty clear here as well. I think it was referenced earlier, 70%, last poll, 70% of Marylanders support moving forward with adult use legalization. So back here in Maryland, if you recall, in the fall, the Speaker of the House, your district mate, Madam Chair, did announce she supported the idea of a referendum. And at that time, it's a referendum that was simply asking a yes/no question. Do you support or don't you support? And that, nothing more. And that is HB 1, which many of you know about 2 weeks ago passed over from the House to this body and actually to this committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction. On the Senate side, several of us thought that only having a referendum really just did not go far enough. We should allow the voters to know what they're voting on. And a conversation got going that if you're going to have a ballot question, let's put some meat on the bones and let's let the voters know, in fact, what they're voting on. And so we talked about that a lot. We put together a group, several folks on the committee here, and Senators Hershey, Augustine, Kramer, others. Actually, Addie Eckert was on part of that group. And we talked about the idea of a companion implementation bill, that if you're going to have a referendum, let's put it like we did many years ago with casino gambling. You just put a yes/no question in front of the people. And by the way, it's not just the voters. Members of this General Assembly, before they want to go yes on a referendum, would kind of like to know what we're voting on. So I think for all those reasons, I think that made a lot of sense. Now, in response to that, the House then did turn around a couple of weeks ago and came up with their own companion bill, It's HB 837, the chair of the House Judiciary Committee put that together. And that bill passed the same day, and that's also in the possession of this committee. That's House Bill 837. And so they heard us, but they didn't go beyond criminal justice. So right now, it was referendum and criminal justice implementation bill. So again, that bill, H 837, has nothing to say about licensing, marketing, anything. It's purely criminal justice, and it stops there. And so, again, those bills are in front of our committee, and we will take those up in due course. And so back to sort of, I think, where we are here back in the Senate. And I mentioned, and actually Senator Carter was part of those conversations. She's a partner in all of this. The goal here, from where I sit, is that we have several goals that we're trying to achieve here. We want to divert cannabis sales out of the illicit, unregulated market that we have right now. We want to regulate this product, and we want to tax it. We want to invest millions back. I think this is hugely important. Millions and millions back into the communities most adversely impacted by our prior enforcement policies. You heard a lot about that today. Create economic opportunities with diversity, inclusion very much in mind. And if you have those goals all in mind, you can't just do a referendum. With criminal justice reform, you've got to actually move on, like all the other states in the region are doing, with a licensing, marketing, regulatory structure. And that's what I think Senate Bill 833 does, and in a different approach, Senator Carter's bill, Senate Bill 692 that we just heard. Now, one thing that was not mentioned, Senator Carter's bill is not an implementation companion bill. It's not contingent on the passage of the referendum. I think that may have been lost here. That is a straight-up legalization bill, similar to the bills we had last session. So I just have to, just to clarify, her bill's not tied to the referendum. This bill is part of this bill only kicks in if, and only if, the voters in November, support and vote yes on the referendum question. Now, let me just get to the criminal justice. We had a lot of conversation. There is substantial similarity between this bill, Senate Bill 833, and Senator Carter's bill. And I have no doubt that we can work out the differences in those provisions. They are not that material. There are, and actually I'll include Chair Clippinger's bill as well. Like, if you put those three bills together, we could sit around in the work group, Madam Chair. I think we can easily resolve all three bills deal with expungement, sentencing. This new issue of vacature is, I think, one issue that I would like to explore a little bit more. There are some differences in terms of how much you can possess, how much you can grow at home. They all have provisions. The numbers are a little different, but those are all, I think, easily resolvable, and I'll just put that out there. But I do want to highlight three issues that I do think we need to discuss on criminal justice, and I'll do the same thing on licensing, and then we can go to the panels of witnesses. So one of the problems on the referendum issue, in New Jersey, in November of 2020, they passed a referendum themselves. But there was a 3-month gap between when the referendum passed with a 2/3 vote in New Jersey and when Governor Murphy actually signed the bill into legislation. And the problem with that approach is that delay meant, and I have the data here, that 6,000 charges for minor cannabis possession were filed during that gap period. 2/3 of the voters said legalize, but yet there were still 6,000 arrests before the governor of New Jersey actually signed that into law. And so, and the same thing here, the delay between the November 2020 ballot and the implementation here, like in this bill, I have to say, my bill doesn't even kick in until July 2023. That's a big gap. And so I have some concerns about that when we start to think about crafting a bill. I don't want to have that delay, meaning thousands of Marylanders, disproportionately black Marylanders, would continue to be subjected to police interactions, citations, arrests for cannabis for 8 months after voters have actually adopted legalization. And so I think there's a way of, when we get HB 1 over here, I think we may need to make some changes to that language. I think there are already some ideas floating around with effective dates. The second issue had to do with the topic of the odor. In other words, well, the odor, the search. Does only smelling cannabis for a driver constitute probable cause. We heard that to search the vehicle. I mentioned that the language may be somewhat problematic in Senator Carter's bill but I think that's an area that we as a committee need to discuss. I think it's a legitimate issue. My bill says that my bill's silent. I mean, when I say Senate Bill 833 silent, because we have some case law from 2019 on this very subject. A court case basically said that did constitute probable cause. Senator Carter has a different approach. I think that's a legitimate discussion this committee should have. And then finally, this issue of the per se, that if you test above a certain level of THC, you're basically presumed to be impaired, and then it's up to you to go to court, and affirmative defense would be, yes, I know the test says that, but in fact, I wasn't impaired. So, but I think Olivia mentioned here at the end about some of the problems with that because it stays in your blood. So I have some concerns about that per se provision that's in my bill, and I think those are three areas that I think we need to discuss as a group here, as a committee, if we're going to move forward on the criminal justice provisions, which I do believe at a minimum we should be doing. I commend the House for not stopping at referendum. They went and at least put on the table for us criminal justice. I think we should do that. The more difficult question for us is, do we then take on finally the licensing regulatory market structure issue? And again, the House bill that's coming over here is silent. The committee will have to decide if we want to have a regulated adult use market tax product here in the next few years, as other states are doing, or simply delay a year when all those issues involving the market, they're going to be back here in 2023. The issues are not going away. So the goal, if we're going to do market structure, and let me just say, if there's an appetite to do that, I just want to walk through some basics. If there's not an appetite to go that route, I still think there's 4 or 5 things we should still do in that space, which will make it much easier to do if we have to come back here in 2023 and focus on the market structure issues. So there's 2 paths this committee can take. But first and foremost, I am committed, and I think Senate Bill 833 does it. I think we should have the strongest social equity provisions of any state in the United States. Under the bill, we're directing a lot of revenue back into the communities that have been disproportionately harmed. The goal here is to leverage tax revenues in a somewhat controlled rollout with market demand studies for more licenses, as opposed to a more wild, wild west approach. I mean, we're doing it much more methodically, I think, in this bill. There's a lot of there's creation of an Office of Social Equity to direct funds in an evidence-based way, lots of reports, lots of accountability, and a lot of protections. We have licensing fees that are a lot of programs to support social equity entrepreneurs that include grants, revolving loans, education, and training programs. So some of the funds, we have a social equity startup fund, which if you're a medical licensee and want to get into the adult use space, you're going to have to pay a significant fee. All that money gets siphoned back into programs for low-interest loans, grants, startup capital for social equity applicants. There's a cannabis education training fund, a community reinvestment and repair fund, very similar to what's in Senator Carter's bill, funded by a portion of the tax revenue from legal sales. Again, designed to implement a whole range of remedial measures and investments. So, and then we've got the tax revenue. We've got money for HBCUs, reentry, scholarship assistance, housing assistance, home ownership, small business, workforce development, and 15% goes back to the local communities. And one of the big differences where the money goes. So there is 15% that actually is going back to the locals. So back on sort of a different approach here between Senator Carter's bill 692 and this bill. Let me just highlight 2 and then I'll wrap up. Again, I mentioned it's not a constitutional amendment, but the biggest difference I think between the 2 approaches has to do, what do you do with the existing medical licensee? I think Joe Bryce and Ashley sort of touched on it, but I have to, right now, we have 150,000 registered medical cannabis patients. And we have an existing market. And those folks have invested a fair amount of money to build facilities, distribution networks. The only entities in the foreseeable future, at least in the first year or 2 when we roll this out, that are able to compete with the illicit market are going to be the businesses that are already built right now. and are currently serving the medical market. It takes a long time to get up and running, which is why every state in the country that's had a medical market that's transitioned to adult use has not either made it easy or hard, but it's been an opportunity for the existing folks to move into the adult use market, because as was said, once you go adult use market and those stores open, the medical enrollment goes down, and the medical cannabis industry goes down, and here we are left with folks who for the last 5 years have been building very impressive facilities. And my goal here, and I think all our goals should be to get money out of the illicit market. If you don't let those existing medical licensees into the market, you're just delaying for a year or 2 or 3 years a mature market. And so that, I think, is one thing that's up and run is important. The other thing you need to know from the other states is, well, the significant downturn. I also would say it's a bit of a fairness issue, that with a declining marketplace in the medical, it seems fair to me to allow those folks to transition into the new market. I think that's one. Beyond keeping the product, get the product out of the illicit, unregulated market longer than needed, and the fairness issue I just mentioned about the medical licensees in a declining market, if they want to get a dole license, it's important to note they'll be hit with a significant fee that goes back into the social equity fund. And also for the patients. We have 150,000 patients who've come to rely on existing medical market, and in the other states, if you don't allow the medical existing licensees to get into the new market, those patients have much greater difficulty finding their medical product. So I think there's partly there. And so I'll just kind of wrap up here by saying, I think in Senator Carter's bill, there is no limit, as best I can tell, on how many grow licenses there are. There's seemingly no process for the existing medical licensees to get into the adult use market. I can't find it in there. And ultimately, her provision says that in effect, and there's no separate category for social equity applicants. It's basically any licenses that are put out there new, 30% go to minority applicants or folks in that category. It's a somewhat different approach. One final point under her approach, I think you heard, most of the money or a lot of the money goes back to the local county governments, as opposed to here, we're sort of controlling it more at the state level through the Office of Social Equities with a lot of reporting and accountability at the state level, as opposed to sending all the money back to local governments to disperse as they see fit. So that's in a nutshell. Now, if we don't want to go that route, here are the 4 things I think we should do still if we don't want to get into the market structure issue. Number 1, we should definitely provide 280E tax relief. I think that makes complete sense. The businesses in this state that are operating legally should be able to deduct their ordinary business expenses, just like every other business in the state of Maryland. Secondly, we should go ahead and do, and the bill that I have in front of you does not fully do that, but I think we should go ahead and transition from our current medical cannabis commission to a new alcohol, tobacco and cannabis commission. We got a briefing in the fall. They're ready. It's going to take a year for the comptroller and the new commission to promulgate regulations. There's no reason to put that whole apparatus, delay that whole process from moving forward, to align regulations. And more importantly, we need one regulator. We can't have one regulator controlling medical and another adult use. We can do that now. We can get that ball rolling this year in this piece of legislation. I think we need a disparity study. There's a disparity study I know in the House bill. I think that's would be important. We should, again, I think back to the final point, I think it was Ms. Eck and Senator Kramer's point. In the House bill, there's a cannabis baseline study that actually would do a survey on the use frequency in the state, incidents of impaired driving, accidents, hospitalizations. That makes a lot of sense. I think Ms. Eck talked about, and I think Senator Kramer, maybe some kind of health advisory, council or some sort. I think those are good additional things that make sense. There's some of that in the House bill. I think we can roll this in. A question for the committee is, beyond referendum and criminal justice, do we tackle market structure? But if we don't, I think these 5 things should still be in play and move forward to make things easier if and when the referendum passes in November, which I expect it will be with 70% of the vote. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate you indulging me. That was very long, but I wanted to get it all out there because I think this is a very significant issue for the state this year, and I don't want to short drift it.
Thank you. You have a couple of questions, Senator Augustine and Senator Hershey. And then we have 18 people on this bill.
Okay, well,
Thank you, Madam
maybe
Chair.
if I talked long enough, they would maybe, start to leave.
Thank
That
you,
was part
Madam
of it.
Chair.
Filibuster.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I understand what you're saying, but this is a very significant piece of legislation that I know that Senator Feldman has put a lot of work and effort into it, and so I thank you for including.
And I want to thank Senator Carter, too. I do view her as a partner in this, and I don't view the bills in conflict. I want to kind of work together with her and the rest of this committee, equally importantly.
Agreed. Senator, just with what you said, I just wanted to, because this is such a big and important topic, for me, I think about the gaming and sort of kind of like the issues that a lot of our folks felt like happened without having all that kind of figured out. I think about medical and how that wasn't all kind of figured out, and so we've kind of gone through it. And it leads me to believe that we do need to have this kind of structure in place to ensure and have confidence that we will have that criminal justice, we will have that social equity. And there's a third piece that we have talked about in some ways, but I think we do have to look at too, which is actually to protect those that don't use cannabis. I mean, I'm really concerned about that, actually. As I know you know from what I've talked about before, we talked about this, particularly given where I represent, and we have such a real reliance on federal jobs and contractors, and I'm very, very concerned about our folks losing the opportunity because this still remains illegal, from a federal standpoint, and folks are continuing to fail drug tests and not be able to avail themselves of these opportunities. So I feel that those things are so important. I'm so glad you included me in the process. I look forward to continuing to work on this. So thank you so very much.
And I should have also, and thank you, Senator Augustine, I should have mentioned in the bill, there also are the social equity applicant situation is hugely important. There are designated amounts of licenses that will only go to social equity applicants, and in a couple of categories only go, and in other categories, we have in the bill actually numbers, that will go to social equity applicants, and we can continue and exclusive early periods to apply before everybody else gets in the game. So we're trying to put something together that I think makes sense on that whole front. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hershey, and then Senator Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the comments of my colleague here as well, too. I appreciate the opportunity to be involved in the work group and really do appreciate all the work and your leadership on what I think is a very important companion implementation bill. Again, whether or not I agree with this or not, I think that it is important for the reasons that you said as well, too, that we have passed constitutional amendments before, and we have not been prepared to move forward with that. And I think we have lost a lot of time in doing that, and the sports gaming is a recent example of that. I think the House was a bit disingenuous in what they've sent over, and I know we're not on their bills yet. But when you talk about polling and where you even think this would be on a referendum, the question specifically, do you favor the legalization of adult use cannabis in the state of Maryland? Very simple question. I think most people think, hey, does that mean can I use it? Can I grow it? I don't know that they think that means things that we talked about earlier today, expungement, vacature, resentencing. And I think both of the bills that we've seen today, that's a big part of overall what is trying to be accomplished in Maryland. So, I for one think that just passing a referendum without any type of meaningful companion bill is I think obviously a disservice to the constituents. I think we have failed to do our job if we don't pass a well thought out bill that addresses many of the questions that we all have here. So I I just want to say, I appreciate what you do. I think you're going down the right path with this piece of legislation, regardless of how we all may feel about it, but at least it's something that we could put forward to the citizens. And again, recognizing a constitutional amendment is not required for us to move forward with the legalization of
Well,
cannabis.
can I
right?
just make, on that point,
Yeah.
we had two bills, Delegate Lewis in the House, and I had a straight-up legalization bill. But this, the Speaker has been pretty clear that she will support a referendum, is not supportive of a straight-up legalization bill. So we're trying to be a bit pragmatic here about what's achievable this year. And, but I appreciate your comments. I obviously am in agreement with your sentiment, and, but I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Senator Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is kind of piggybacking off Senator Augustine and also Senator Benson. I work in a classified, cleared environment, top secret.
Right.
We all get drug tested. I'm in the military, we get drug tested. And, we know whether or not you can take it. I mean, in fact, they sent out guidelines with CBDs. We're not allowed to use those.
Right.
And stuff. I look at the secondhand smoke issue. Everywhere you go nowadays, you can smell the stuff. And I know it's more of an extreme situation where you have to really inhale a lot of it. But I look at this as we open Pandora's box on this. How are we going to handle it? And I look at it like the alcohol.
Sure.
Like, I can't open a beer and walk down Main Street.
Look, and
But-
Senator Augustine's made this.
Yeah, I mean, he did, and I mean, and I'm trying to, that's my issue, is the
Right.
secondhand smoke side of the equation.
Okay, let me just say this, and I'm not a scientist about how
Yeah,
much you have,
and-
okay.
and it's for
but
you
here's
or
but I
anybody else
will,
to
but
testify.
there is an advantage to being state 19 and not state 1.
Okay.
Or being not, we now have 38 states in the country that have full-blown medical cannabis programs. So, I'm just saying that on whether it's federal government or the private workplace, the bill specifically says nothing here precludes any private sector employer or government from having very strict rules in place about you test positive here, you're out. I mean, this is not infringing even on that. But that issue about federal workforce, in the 19 states that have had it, it's not, to my knowledge, been an issue. If you could point to me a story anywhere in the United States on, 19 states, California's had it. How long?
Colleagues, let me butt in and remind you, the 18 people
Okay,
signed
well,
up here tonight.
and somebody else
Well,
can
if you want to
answer on
shut
this
down
bill.
questions, I'm okay.
Now, well, I'm not trying, but these people are sitting here. Why
Well,
don't you
I'm
wanna
willing to
hear
stand
them?
down, Madam Chair,
We can
completely.
talk later.
Okay, well, that's
Madam
my
Chair-
answer to his question.
Well, if I go further, in all due respect, we're here for 90 days to get a job done, and, this is a big issue, and I'm gonna ask my questions. My issue's not about, whether or not they can test you or that. I'm looking at it as, have we looked in the bill, and I'm not speaking out against the bill. I mean, I'm not against it, just, like, for instance, as I said earlier, I can't drink a beer walking down the street. Have we looked at where you can smoke this stuff?
Well, you
Should-
can't smoke it in public under the bill.
That's my question.
There's a
that I'm
fine
getting
involved.
into.
Yes, yeah, that's in the bill.
That's where I'm trying to go with
Right.
this, is on the public side, like Senator Benson had said, walking through a park, because I do smell it all the time, and I just curious, because that's a fear that I know some of us.
Okay, so that one is covered in the bill. You can't smoke in public. That's subject to a citation.
Okay.
Okay. Is it safe now for us to call up the witnesses?
Yeah, absolutely. I was ready, 20 minutes
Okay.
ago to sit down. I was good.
All right. Sylvia Quinton, John Pica, Tahir Johnson, and Olivia Nagel.
No worries.
Can I ask that maybe you encourage anyone who came up, and if the testimony's exactly the same as it was on the last
I
bill?
won't do
and-
that to the public. We're not doing
Okay,
that to
that
ourselves.
may be just, hey, same thoughts, so we don't have it all repeated, but thank
Okay.
you.
So you have 2 minutes each.
I'll
State your
go
name and-
first, okay. I just want to pick up with Senator Feldman and say that there's actually, I would add a fourth issue, and that's.
And your name is?
Sylvia Quinton.
Okay.
And that is the funds. Each bill has a different provision for the fund, whether it's a cannabis fund or social equity fund.
And I just want to say my testimony is going to be a little different. I'm going to say one name, Lynn Byers. Lynn Byers' death in 1987 was the result of the fastest, quickest legislation that ever went through Congress, and that was the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of America. Right here in the state of Maryland, we set the standard for substance abuse prevention. When you talk about criminal justice or restorative justice or expungement, what got lost in these last 20 years was an investment in youth substance use prevention. Now, some of these bills they have, and particularly this bill here, you're dicing up this pie for many issues that were not directly impacted by the criminal injustice. And so what is clearly missing from all three bills is an investment in youth substance use prevention. And so what I would say is that I am here to ring the bell for prevention. And prevention is a subset of public health. But what happens is that when you say substance abuse treatment or substance abuse prevention and treatment, prevention gets lost. You already have ungodly amounts of money coming from the federal government for treatment, for mental health, and for some of these other causes. There are other pots of money. There is literally zero money for youth substance use prevention. And so what my word that I would want to leave with the committee, as you look at the funds, when you say substance abuse prevention and treatment, it's going to be treatment. It's going to go down that slippery slope, and it's basically going to be, you're going to go from locking them up to treating them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, John Pica, two quick things. Reading this, it looks like current licensees can apply for a dual license and get that license in May of 2023. Social equity applicants would have to wait an extra 9 to 10 months, February 2024. I would hope that that would be narrowed so that by the time the social equity applicants enter the market, there's still a market there and more enough to get them started. The second thing, the second point is on the social equity applicant. If you look at this language, 51% ownership, a state resident, 5 of the last 10 years in a disproportionately impacted area, convicted or arrested in juvenile court of an offense eligible for expungement, a minimum of 10 employees. We had something, language similar to this in the last round of licensing. It is very hard to find individuals who are willing to invest money who live in disproportionately impacted areas. If you want to give licenses to minorities, just say 51% ownership by minorities. That's the easiest way to do it. This is very capital intensive, and you're not going to find too many individuals who can invest who are living in these neighborhoods. So that's all. I'm hoping that we have access to a work group and look forward to working with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just state your name and go ahead. You have 2
Yes.
minutes each.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Olivia Noggle with the Marijuana Policy Project. I'd like to first thank Senator Feldman for his leadership on this important issue. And since we've learned of leadership in the General Assembly's will to legalize adult-use cannabis through a referendum, we've advocated strongly that this measure be self-executing, meaning it would legalize possession for adults 21 and over immediately upon voter approval with no other legislative action needed, and that contingent legislation should be enacted with the referendum to include regulatory details rooted in social equity. As was said, the current House proposals to legalize cannabis, HB 1 and its companion, include an 8-month delay between when voters would approve the referendum and when possession and home cultivation of cannabis would actually become legal, and the House bills also do not set up a regulatory framework. So we do recommend that a final proposal to legalize cannabis in Maryland this year takes the approach to provide that cannabis and home cultivation become legal when the election is certified without delay and set up a regulatory structure. And thank you, Senator Feldman, for raising that piece and for pushing it. I've submitted written testimony with recommendations to improve the legislation as currently written, and there have been a number of points raised here today on why moving forward with legalization is a good policy choice for Maryland, so I won't be repetitive, but I do respectfully urge the committee to consider our suggestion amendments and issue a favorable report of SB 833. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you again, Chair Kelly and committee members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Tahir Johnson, Director of Social Equity and Inclusion at the Marijuana Policy Project, and I'm a resident of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Today, I'm here to support SB 833 with amendments. Before I was in this role at Marijuana Policy Project, I got my start in the cannabis industry in 2019 when I quit my career in wealth management as an investment advisor to pursue licenses for medical cultivation and processing here in Maryland. That round, there were limited license opportunities, and although I came close with my team scoring 15th in processing and 18th in cultivation, just outside of the 4 cultivation and 10 processing licenses that were available, I have not been successful in acquiring one. Since then, I've dedicated my career to advocating for social equity. SB 833 provides that 47 new retail licenses will be issued in 2024 with 1 senatorial district. This will be a less than 50% increase, even as the number of legal consumers increases more than 5-fold. Too low of a limit would leave too many consumers without access to safe lab-tested cannabis. I would also like to note that the limited license caps will mean far too few opportunities for minority entrepreneurs to participate in the market. The same goes for cultivation licenses. Many states, including New Jersey, have recently decided not to cap micro grows in their legislation. In contrast, SB 833 only allows 14 micro cultivation licenses. Allowing uncapped micro grows will allow unfair advantage to vertically integrated operators and allow them to squeeze out their competitors, including new social equity dispensaries and manufacturing applicants. Issuing limited license caps in Maryland will lead to more aspiring social equity cannabis business applicants coming up short in their pursuit for generational wealth opportunities that cannabis presents, which is the intention of the bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we're going to the next panel.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, Senator Hershey.
Ma'am, I just wanted to say I 100% agree with you that preventative dollars go a lot further than treatment dollars. So, Olivia, can I get you for 1 minute, please?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, and excuse me for learning a lot today, but a lot of these issues are usually before a different committee and not necessarily ours. But with regard to criminal justice, we've passed a lot of legislation that dealt with the decriminalization. What's the difference between decriminalization and legalizing?
Yeah, absolutely. So decriminalization is exactly what it says. It moves, possession of cannabis. It would be a civil offense rather than a criminal offense, whereas legalization, there are no penalties at all.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Okay.
I just wanted, I know Mr. Pico left, but his statement about the timelines was wrong, so in absentia, he should read the bill, because what he represented was not actually what the bill provides.
Okay. All right, everybody read your written testimony. Okay. All right, Tracy Miller, Joe Bryce, Miguel Jones, and Ashley Bagwell. If you'll come up, state your name, you have 2 minutes each. Did somebody get started, please?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. Joe Bryce, Maryland Wholesale Medical Cannabis Trade Association. I will try not to be repetitive, but I do want to repeat clearly that we do believe that medical licensees as compliant regulated entities should participate in the new market with this exact product that we're producing now. We do believe there is room in the market for additional entrants. We support that. We support the focus on social equity entrants. And we embrace our role in trying to make sure that the entities that do come in are successful through some of the mechanisms that Senator Feldman mentioned and that we discussed earlier. Briefly on the tax issues, since Senator Eckert is here, very important provisions in Senator Feldman's bill 280E, keep medical tax-free, have a point of sale taxation so that the product is not forced to be broken into one category or another before the end of the line, and phase in the tax because you are competing with the illicit market more than anything else. If you can get people used to coming in and purchasing the product legally, and over time the price goes down, you have a better chance of keeping that illicit market from taking a larger foothold. one regulator, one set of regulations. I think Senator Feldman, in your list of things that should be done, we have very comprehensive regulations in the medical program. That's where we should start. And if there are reasons to build off of that, we should build off of that. But we should start there, and we should definitely have one regulator. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Ashley Bagwell here this afternoon on behalf of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association in support of Senate Bill 833 with amendments. I'd like to thank Senator Feldman for his leadership on these issues this year and in years past, and for the very thorough explanation of the bill. I won't reiterate points that have already been made. We support the comments that Mr. Bryce made, and a couple of the comments I made about the previous bill hold true for this bill as well. I'll just make a couple of additional points. In the bill, I just wanted to flag the fees related to medical licensees entering into the adult use program. Not so much the fee amount, but the fee structure. Traditionally, in the medical market, you see fees such that growers pay the most, then processors, and then dispensaries. And we'd like to see that structure carry over into the adult use program. The fees, as they're laid out in this bill, are a little out of whack and not consistent with that structure, and so we would just urge that same structure. Not to sound like a broken record, but 280E is such a huge issue for licensees, and so thank you to Senator Feldman for understanding the significance and for including that in this bill. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tracy Lancaster Miller, again, President of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association, and also Executive Vice President and founding member of Peak Relief, which is a medical dispensary in District 17. So thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments on this bill today, and to Senator Feldman for his leadership. We appreciate the much-needed and long overdue criminal justice reforms included in this bill. We also appreciate the measures included in the legislation to increase diversity in the cannabis industry. In addition to what's included in this bill, like the Social Equity Fund, we would urge the committee to consider additional measures that other states have recently undertaken to accomplish the same goal. In addition to the points already made, I have one additional point. With regard to ownership caps, this bill allows one license holder to own up to 5 dispensaries. We would respectfully request that the ownership caps in the adult use program mimic the medical cannabis program. For dispensaries, that would be up to 4 dispensaries per license holder. We simply believe that when this cap goes up, even just a little, further consolidation in the market happens. In addition, there's a lot of regulatory language in the medical program that has closed ownership, interest, and control-related loopholes, and we would urge that language to carry over into the adult use program. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we look forward to continuing to work with the committee on these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Luke Jones. I'm a resident of Montgomery County. I'm a citizen volunteer with an organization called NORML, the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Our state chapter has no paid staff or lobbyists. We're just citizen advocates working towards legalization. Senator Feldman, congratulations. We really think this is the year. I know we've been talking about this for many years. To the committee, my main goal here today is to give you confidence to move this bill forward. We've heard a lot of really important amendments from obviously Senator Carter's bill, but this is really the year that we need this committee to act. I'd like to say just a couple of things. I did bring some photographs from a cannabis driver impairment safety program with the Baltimore County Police Department that we participate in through the Chesapeake Region Safety Council. I really encourage everyone to become familiar with the resources currently available already to our public safety officials. They're receiving training now on drug recognition for keeping our roads safe. That's under existing law. helping police officers keep the roads safe, and to recognize impairment that comes from cannabis use. Those programs are up and running in Maryland, and they're effective. So the Chesapeake Region Safety Council is one of the training organizations. If you'd like to know more about that, I really encourage you to do so. The last thing I'd like to say is this bill should not be capping small family-owned businesses. Our laws should not be preventing entrepreneurs from moving into this space. If we want equity, we cannot impose these statutory limitations limiting citizens from developing small businesses in this sector. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going next to the following person. Well, let's see, did Kayla Mock get to speak? Is that person still here? Okay. And then we've got some unfavorables. I'll let you get at the table. David Daggett, Yannette Emmanuel, Davon Love.
David Daggett, I'm supposed to be unfavorable with amendments.
That's right, that's what I said.
Okay, I didn't know whether this, okay.
No, we have one more favorable, and I'm calling up three unfavorables.
I can share the table.
All right. Okay, let me call up one more person. Lawrence Grandpré. Okay. Okay, Ms. Marks,
Yeah.
since you are favorable with amendment, you go ahead first.
Great, thank you. Again, Kayla Mock with UFCW Local 400. Just existing in the space to uplift the future Maryland cannabis workers. And of course, as I testified prior on SB 692, that we believe that labor peace agreements are the best way to do that. I also just want to thank Senator Feldman for bringing this important issue of licensing forward, and for the shout out to my home state of Virginia. You know, in Virginia, we had the pleasure of decriminalizing last year, but we did not get licensing and regulation language passed, and we were back at it again this year. Unfortunately, we didn't again this year. And so we're in Virginia, we're kind of in this quagmire of decriminalization with nowhere to go. And so if the goal here really is to, you know, get safe, regulated product into the hands of consumers in a safe way, and to take money away from the illicit black market, this is where we got to be. And so please don't do what we did in Virginia. Be better than us and get those things going. So I appreciate the conversation that's happening here.
Thank
And
you.
that's what I'll say today.
All right, would you each state your name, and you have 2 minutes each.
Good evening, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the committee. My name is Yannette Emmanuel, Interim Public Policy Director with the ACLU of Maryland, and we're here in opposition to SB 833 as currently drafted. While the bill makes some improvements, SB 833 is missing crucial provisions to address the excessive interactions between Black people and law enforcement, and lacks provisions that would sufficiently address the harms done to Black and brown people by the criminal legal system. And additionally, we believe SB 833 fails to establish reparations for communities directly impacted by the failed war on drugs. And while I'm glad that there seems to be consensus on some of the things that need to be improved in this bill, I think there's still other things that weren't mentioned in your discussion earlier. SB 833 still maintains criminal penalties for possession and possession with intent to distribute. Without eliminating these penalties, Black people will be vulnerable to existing arrest patterns, or Black people will be saddled with criminal penalties despite cannabis legalization. Essentially, SB 833 does not protect Black and brown people from being disproportionately and unnecessarily targeted and searched by police due to the odor of marijuana. And if we don't address this issue, the disproportionate interactions with law enforcement and Black people will persist and inevitably lead to more violations of Black people's rights. SB 833 also continues to penalize people who smoke in public. Not treating smoking in public similar to smoking a cigarette in public will treat more poor Black and brown people to face the brunt of the enforcement and unnecessary interactions with police. Additionally, a recent poll that our office released earlier today stated that expanding legislation to include measures to protect citizens and address the impact of drug enforcement policies has the potential to actually support legalization efforts. There are 60% people are 60% more likely to support legalization if it includes allowing previous marijuana-related convictions to be canceled. And additionally, 33% of people who don't currently support legalization say including this provision would make them more likely to support legalization. Additionally, 65% said they support legalization if it includes prohibiting police from committing warrantless order searches, with 32% who don't currently support legalization saying that if this provision was included, it would actually increase their likelihood to support legalization. So look forward to working with this committee on this bill, and with that, I urge unfavorable vote unless amended. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, again, Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in opposition. Symbol 833. I want to focus my opposition testimony on the Office of Social Equity. My organization in Baltimore is well known for our criticism of the nonprofit industrial complex, a dynamic in which folks outside of Black communities in many ways are able to profiteer off the suffering of Black people and offer what we refer to as disaster management type of services, where there's merely, sustenance and where Black folks are understood primarily as recipients of services, but oftentimes programs aren't designed for the purpose of empowering the communities to be self-sufficient. The best programs are structured in a way where the community who is actually being served are the drivers of the organization, the program, and the methodology as to which the program is designed. One of the things we actually like, so the Vice Chair mentioned earlier that HB 837 primarily deals with criminal justice. And while that's mostly right, one of the things that HB 837 does do is create a cannabis public health fund. It also creates a cannabis business assistance fund. And one of the things we actually like about it is that it says that the state government will partner with what it calls minority serving institutions to provide grants and loans to organizations in the community. We actually think that marries well with what we discussed earlier about our approach to the way that reinvestment should happen, which is that we want resources to go directly into the communities in ways that traditionally don't happen. What an Office of Social Equity is essentially a new nonprofit that will live within the state government, in which the way in which the resources would be distributed is highly centralized. And if you look around the country, for instance, if you look at data on philanthropy, less than 3% of the monies given to organizations that provide services are led by Black people. Often that has to do with the fact that public dollars are hard to get access to because smaller organizations don't have the administrative back end to be able to access those level of resources. But again, those are the types of programs that are able to best serve our community. And so the reason why that we've discussed the importance of giving the community the opportunity to decide where resources go is to get dollars as close to the ground as possible and not in a centralized structure which traditionally has struggled to get dollars into the community in a way that is effective. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll come back to it. Okay, David Daggett.
Lawrence Grand Prix, Director of Research, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Expounding upon my colleague's comments, I'm in opposition. I think that the methodology is a little bit questionable. It uses quote-unquote disproportionately impacted areas as opposed to the previous bill, which uses cannabis arrests. Now, that allows for inadvertent replications of racial bias in what seems to be a race-neutral methodology. So, for example, unemployment rates is used as a proxy, but we know that you have to be looking for a job to be counted in unemployment rates. So long-term chronically unemployed, like folks who have extensive criminal records, they're often not counted in that stat, which means that Black folks will be counted less in that stat. Similarly, if you have high levels of incarceration in particular communities, those people leave the communities and then counted in the places where their prison is. So then the unemployment rate looks artificially low because those people have been taken away from the community. But my second and main reason is that, again, using national precedent, the Office of Social Equity in this bill mirrors what happened in Illinois. And looking at the data in Illinois, I have some serious concerns. When I say reparations, when my LDS's constituency believes that people who've been impacted by the war on drugs should be getting that money, who got the money in Illinois? Let's look at the data. City of Rockford, Illinois is 90% white. They got a grant. Central Elliott, Illinois, got $2 million. They're 80% white. They have no details on what they're doing with the program. City of Harbaugh got a $20K grant for youth development, but they go straight to the police department. 4 nonprofits in Illinois, Prairie State Legal Service, Land and Lincoln Aid, and Family Counseling Centers got $4.5 million, approximately 10% of the total grant pool to do programming around the state. That's the opposite of a reparations approach, which would invest in bottom-up approaches. Well, there's one bottom-up approach that got funded, the Chicago police torture scandal. Remember those torture scandals where people were being literally tortured in Chicago? There is the Chicago Torture Justice Center that uses political trauma treatment. They only got $80K. And this is what we're afraid is going to be replicated in Maryland, that people that are actually close to the ground using methodologies that are traditionally seen as less desirable, less evidence-based, like political trauma treatment, are going to get downranked in favor of things like CBT. So we urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Feldman.
Yeah, Davon, last week I was speaking up in Baltimore, and we talked about the provision, dealing with, the money goes back to the local community-based entities. And I think I asked you then, of the 18 states, that have adult use, do any use that model, or most of the money goes back to the locals? And you did indicate to me, I think you mentioned Michigan, but you were I'm tasking you with the request. You said you were gonna send me some information about how they do it in Michigan, so I'm still gonna keep you
That
on
was
that.
actually me, Senator.
Oh,
and
well, I
I will definitely
apologize. I
work
thought
with
it was
Davon to get
Davon.
that information to you.
Okay, because I wasn't aware of any state that did it the way you guys are proposing, that you send all the money back to the locals as opposed to this Office of Social Equity, did it. But I'd be interested, and I'll just leave it at that.
And
Madam Chair.
I'd like to clarify, just
Sure.
because it's not just that we send money to the localities. The examples that my colleague mentioned are specific, programs. But in the proposal that we've talked about in the previous bill, there are certainly guardrails. And I want to make sure that that is clear, because in the kind of early conversations about that provision, the question they get asked is like, well, we don't want these monies to just go places where people wouldn't be able to have any accountability. So there are guardrails and reporting requirements in the language that we're suggesting that will provide oversight by the Maryland General Assembly.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have one more unfavorable and then 3 for information. Rami F., Brad Rifkin, Wendy Bronfine, and Joseph Martin. You have 2 minutes each. State your name, and the microphones are, I called him, he didn't answer. All right, and what's his name? Who is the one? Is David Daggett in the room? Okay, so you are at the table, good.
I am.
Okay, I think I had called you before, okay. Of the people I've just called, are these the two? Well, then go ahead. Well, then come to the table. There are 2 more spots, and one person can stand at the standing mic. State your name. You have 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Yeah.
You two start that way.
We've got to vote later tonight, and we don't want to be so fuzzy in the brain that we mess up. We want to represent what the voters have asked us to do well. Okay, who's first? Just state your name and go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, my name is David Daggett. I'm the traffic safety prosecutor for the state of Maryland with the Maryland States Attorneys Association. I've been a prosecutor in Maryland now for over 30 years. I would like to thank Senator Feldman for, obviously you worked very hard on this bill, and in the words of Johnny Cash, we at the States Attorney Association, we hear the train coming, and it's coming around the bend. We know what's happening here, but unfortunately, the way this particular bill is written, we have some concerns about some of the issues. For example, smoking cannabis in a vehicle is not prohibited. If you look at the definition of public place that's listed in the bill, that goes into the Health General article, it doesn't mention anything about smoking in a vehicle. And a vehicle is not considered a public place. So we have concerns about that. Obviously, if people are smoking in the vehicle, whether the driver or whether they're a passenger, you can get secondhand smoke. People can get impaired by that. My biggest concern, I guess our biggest concern as the States Attorneys Association, is the safety of others, safety of people who can get hit by impaired drivers. So we think I know Delegate Valentino Smith introduced a bill a couple of years ago to prohibit smoking in vehicles, but that was on a roadway. We'd take a step further and say you can't smoke, you can't pull into a parking lot and smoke and then start to drive, because obviously that's going to cause the same problems. This bill also talks about the penalties, about if somebody does get a citation for smoking in public, what happens going to court. In effect, you're basically saying that we can't do anything about it, because when the bill was passed for hemp a couple years ago with the 3%, it makes it impossible for the state to prove that a particular substance is not hemp, in fact it is cannabis, without having it tested and bringing in somebody else from the crime lab, and it's just not possible. We just can't possibly do that. And 2 minutes is not enough time, but with all that being said, I want to thank you, but the Maryland States Attorney Association does have to, at this point in time, ask for unfavorable review of this particular.
Senator Kramer.
I was going to ask if we can allow this to, dialogue to continue, because this
No,
is
I can't.
exceedingly important
I know.
information
I know.
that is critical to any consideration at all of this bill, because this is a perspective we have not heard this entire day, and I think every one of us on this committee, and I know everyone on this committee shares my concern with the public safety piece. We need to be hearing this, and
We
I'm
will
also.
make sure that we get back in touch with the State's Attorneys Association, or that they work with us, with the sponsors as they work on the bill.
I'd be happy to,
But
sir. I'll
I've
give
got
my
to,
information and
follow the rules, and then we've got to vote tonight. And we
Understood.
don't want to be so fuzzy that we don't have good thinking.
And we also
Okay.
don't want to pass out a fuzzy bill, Madam.
But that's right, that's right. Okay, all right. State your name and go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name again is Dr. Ramiak. I'm here representing the Maryland Public Health Association. And we are here actually favorable with amendments, not unfavorable, just as we were for the earlier bill.
Okay.
So our written testimony is a little bit sparse, but that was purposeful because we wanted to see how today was going to go, see some of the discussion, the testimony. We did provide an assessment from Senator Feldman's bill last year at earlier stages, and we have the same that's ongoing for this particular bill. I'll just make a couple points. I really appreciate Ms. Quintana and her focus on prevention and bringing that up. I've worked with drug-free coalitions too in the past, and I've seen that their funding has shrunk or been taken away completely. So it doesn't matter how good your program or intervention is if you do not have the appropriate support to make it sustainable. So one of the things that we do see as missing is a public health fund and an advisory council. Not exactly similar to HB 837, but that would be a particularly good model to start from. One of the things to do is collect data, do monitoring, have this feedback mechanism so as things unfold, you have a way to anticipate and address unanticipated consequences. The one thing about the advisory council, though, is that that is a volunteer position, and I know many of us have been on volunteer commissions, advisory task forces, and things like that, which are very beneficial in many ways, but for the tasks that are required in terms of reports and actually doing these analyses, I think that you have to have full-time employees with resources, with expectations and deadlines in addition to that, which I would expect to see within the Alcohol Tobacco Commission or whichever other body is the one that's going to be the primary entity for that. One specific thing out of the bill, too, is just the thing that popped out to us is this per se limit of the 5 nanograms. There's, not that I'm aware of, and there may be other people who are more of expert on this, but there isn't a threshold for intoxication acutely. You can have a positive blood level ongoing and not be acutely intoxicated with cannabis. So that is one thing that we really recommend is removed. And then we also say that we know a lot about advertising and marketing from alcohol and tobacco. And so we'd like to see some of those restrictions strengthened, particularly for social media. And then also just delineating sensitive use locations such as around schools, around recovery centers. There needs to be spaces where people can go where there aren't these types of products. So we are here favorable with amendments and look forward to ongoing discussion.
Thank you. All right, who's going next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Curio Wellness here in an informational capacity. With me is Wendy Bronfein, co-founder, and Joseph Martin, Vice President and Director of Regulatory Compliance. They're here at my request. Madam Chair, it's been a long day. So, you've heard from a number of stakeholders at this point about the merits of an adult use program. And certainly at the end of the day, you all will make a public policy decision weighing the costs and benefits of that, and we understand. One thing, though, that we think is vitally important to consider as you're having that debate is the medical cannabis program, a program that was created to bring safe, effective, innovative, and affordable medication to patients, oftentimes patients that are seeking alternative medicine to opiates. And we want to make sure that the program is not just preserved, but we want to strengthen the program. We want to evolve it and update it to make it work better for the state of Maryland and for the program in general. And one thing that we believe will do that is to bring the very voices, the businesses, the people that live and breathe the medical cannabis industry on a day-to-day basis to the table in a formal role. The growers, the processors, the dispensaries, the laboratories, and certainly the certified patients who don't currently have a role on the commission. And so we propose not putting them on the commission, but creating an industry advisory board whereby those very individuals and businesses can collaborate together, because oftentimes there may be a silo of information, but bringing them together to talk about trends in the industry and ways to make things more efficient, and to create this formal interface between the commission itself. So we believe that doing that will strengthen the program, and no matter what decision you ultimately choose with adult use, will leave Maryland's medical program in a good place. So with that, I'll turn things over to Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Wendy Bronfine, and I'm here today in my role as co-founder of Curio Wellness. In 4 years, Curio Wellness has done exactly what we said we would do in our application to obtain a medical cannabis license here in Maryland. Not only have we remained steadfast in our promise to deliver high-quality, safe, and innovative medical cannabis to our certified patient population through constant research and development, but we've also maintained a constant drive to reinvest in our infrastructure and our people. In fact, in the past year, we invested $35 million in the expansion of our world-class grow facility and the creation of a state-of-the-art CGMP-certified processor facility. We've expanded our workforce to over 250 employees who are offered competitive wages and benefits, including comprehensive health care, 401k, and tuition reimbursement, to name a few. Curio's commitment to diversity and inclusion extends beyond our inclusive workforce and into industry action through the creation of a $30 million WMBE fund to support women, BIPOC, and disabled veteran participation in the cannabis industry. It is with this context that we become before this esteemed body today as a leader in the industry, asking that the Maryland General Assembly not forget about our medical cannabis program during the ongoing conversations centered on adult use. Our medical program that should be constantly evolving, constantly modernizing, and constantly looking for ways to help support Maryland certified patients. For that reason, I firmly believe the industry comprised of growers, dispensaries, processors, laboratories, and certified patients, the businesses and individuals who live and breathe the medical cannabis program on a day-to-day basis, need a more formal seat at the table to share our collective expertise. And because unlike many of the boards and commissions in the state, which include industry representatives, the Medical Cannabis Commission does not. It is my opinion that leaving industry out is a disservice to the program, and while I maintain that the industry should have an official role in the commission, I think the proposed industry advisory board is a fair middle ground that at least formalizes a more collaborative relationship between the industry and the MMCC. For the reasons, I respectfully request your consideration of our proposal as you continue discussions about the future of cannabis in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I think you're
Good-
last.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joseph Martin, and I am the Vice President and Head of Compliance and Regulatory Affairs for Curio Wellness. My background includes over 25 years of experience in consumer products, goods manufacturing for Fortune 100 and Fortune 500 companies, which includes significant time spending dealing with good manufacturing practices. I want to first preface my comments by saying I sincerely appreciate all the hard work put in by the staff and the Cannabis Commission here in the state. And believe me, based on my experience, I know at times that it can be a thankless and difficult job to do. Frankly, that is why I'm asking here today to support the creation of a medical cannabis industry advisory board. I firmly believe that a board like this can help the commission make more informed decisions and hear from the industry in ways that may provide a more meaningful feedback over time. Whether working with the commission on issues like one-size-fits-all applications for existing regulations, testing procedures, CGMP certification, operational restrictions during relocation, certain facility and operational requirements, which only add unnecessary costs to the patient, I believe an industry advisory board would allow for a more proactive and collaborative approach. Bringing industries together to discuss the issues also creates a sense of cooperation amongst the industry participants that can benefit and strengthen the program moving forward. And given my role with Curio, I do think an industry advisory board recognized by statute will provide me with another route to troubleshoot daily issues as they arise, rather than always having to pick up the phone or go back and forth with the commission through emails, et cetera. Certainly, I think being able to proactively aggregate industry trends and share those trends through formal channels benefits Maryland's program as a whole. For those reasons, I respectfully request your consideration of this proposal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thanks to this panel. Senator, yeah.
Yeah, just real quick, I did want to say that if we do transition away from the current Medical Cannabis Commission to one regulator, I think this whole issue of the relationship, I see Mr. Tilburg here in the audience. I think the relation between the industry and the regulator, I think is a really, important one, and coming up with some structure. And I do want to thank, I tried to take a tour of all the, medical cannabis facilities around the state, and Ms. Braunfein, you were nice enough to show me your facility up in Baltimore County. Any event, I think there's an opportunity as we think about the regulatory scheme to potentially incorporate some of what you said. But
We appreciate that. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thanks to everyone. All right, we'll take